This episode and others like it are brought to you by the generous support of my patrons on
Yo, 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 yo. Okay, okay, okay. Alrighty. Okay. such a fun start to the stream. As always, welcome in. Oh, what are you guys gonna do? What are you guys gonna do when one day the stream doesn't start off with my broken microphone? What are y'all gonna do then? Change is hard. You know? Change is really, really hard. Tavia, thank you for the 11 months. New $10,000 sub goal is I buy a new mic. It's one of those things where I'm like, it's almost in protest because I'm like, I just got this mic a year ago. And so I'm protesting by not getting a new one. No, it's going to get fixed. Like I said, I'm going to wait though till I leave out of the country to get it fixed. I saw Chicago on Broadway 2 nights ago because I fell in love with the movie when you showed it to us. Oh, how was it? The best. And all that jazz. Start the car. I know a whoopee spot. I am a theater mom. I know. I do live to make y'all theater kids. That makes me happy knowing that you've gone to see theater because you were inspired by the stream. My first ever Broadway show, and Ariana Madix was playing Roxy Hart. I got to meet her after the show. Amazing! I love that for you. Man, I need to go see some live theater. It's been a minute. I've been like dying to go to New York and just see shows. I just haven't found a time that works, but my soul feels empty. I was an extra in Chicago Med today for the first time. Okay. I don't envy those 12-hour days you actors do. I've never done a 12-hour day. Cuz usually that's for like if you are an extra or if you're a series, like if you're a lead in that episode. Usually I'm doing a co-star role, and so at most like 6 hours. But that's cool. I hope it was fun. Hi, I heard you are a cool comunista. Whatever that means, yes. I'm going to see Wicked in October on Broadway. So good. Such a good show. Yeah. I just need to go to New York. I just need to go. I got to go to the Big Apple. Go see what's playing. Co-star, no. Guest star, no. I've never booked a guest star role. Typically, like, you do co-stars, and then the next step up is a guest star. But like, I was in the era of booking co-stars, and then the pandemic happened, which fucked everything up. And then I kind of stopped acting, and then like the strikes, and I was streaming. So, I don't know. I'm still kind of like with going back to acting. I'm like, because I don't really audition that much. It's one of those where you have to audition a ton, and usually you book a shit ton of co-star spots before you book a guest star. But now, because there's a decline in work, a lot of the guest star spots are being filled by actors who usually play series regulars. So it's kind of like everyone's taken a step down and they're just taking what they can get. The pandemic ruined my potential Hollywood career. Oh, it's not the same anymore. Yeah, it's been bad. I had a friend who was like, I'm going to move to LA and pursue acting. And I went, in this year of our Lord, 2024? That's when you've decided to do that? Things are not good right now. But I support you, of course. I mean, I never... Who am I to tell anybody anything? Anything. It's just a reminder that the creative industries are suffering right now. I think we might finally watch Adam Conover's video today on streaming. How it fucked things up. Ninja, thank you for the 23 months. Would 2019 Caroline like this tweet? I already know what this tweet is. Yeah. I already know what this tweet is because I saw this. It's the tan suit. How it started, how it's going 10 years later, and it's still a good look. IWillVote.com. Wait, did anybody see that? Okay. Did anyone see that like Bernie Sanders email, which I think maybe is a real email, even though it seems so not real because of how cartoonish it is? It can't be real. I was like trying to like do some research as to if it was real. And I went, I don't know anymore. I don't know if this is real or if this is not. I was looking at it when I was walking Farley, so I didn't have time to further dig in. My instinct was to say it's not real, but then at the same time, it's one of those, who knows? Who knows? Could be, but I don't think it is. But it feels like it could be. It's real. I have it in my inbox. Wait, what? I need confirmation on this. Sam, so thank you so much for the 14 months. Thank you so much for your content. Love you, chat. Here's the tweet about the Bernie email. Okay, yeah. So does anybody have this in their inbox and can actually confirm? No, Kamala Harris is not more progressive than I am. Nick, listen to Donald Trump, turn on Fox News, or follow any Republican on social media, and you will hear or see the constant claim that Kamala Harris is more radical and more far left than Bernie Sanders. No, let me simply say, for better or for worse, Kamala Harris is not more progressive than I am. It's genuinely one of those where I go, it feels fake, but also could be real because this is like what the messaging is. It's like, no. Kamala's not a radical. She's middle of the road. She's got 200 former Bush and Romney and McCain staffers who are endorsing her. Okay, extra awesome because he goes on to list a bunch of things the Harris administration will not come close to delivering. Who is this for? When Trump, Republicans, and even some members of the corporate media try to scare you with words like radical and far left, it's important to understand what those policies actually mean and to know that these radical ideas are already in place in many countries around the world. When we talk about guaranteeing healthcare as a right for all our people, we're talking about the ability to get the healthcare you and your loved ones need without fear of going bankrupt. We're talking about the ability to change jobs without fear of losing your healthcare. When we talk about paid family medical leave, so like is Bernie or is Bernie's team are they trying to be shady and be like, hi, Bernie Sanders, who came very close to being the presidential nominee for the left before it was stolen by the Democratic Party, is the one who actually believes in these policies and is progressive because he believes in these policies and has worked for decades to pass policies like these. Whereas Kamala Harris flip-flopped on Medicare for all when things got a little too heated in the primary. When we talk about paid family medical leave, we're talking about being able to spend the first few months with your newborn child without rushing back to work the next week. And we're talking about being able to care for a loved one who's sick without having to worry about missing a paycheck. When we talk about tuition-free college, we're talking about the ability to get an education without having to leave school without crushing debt. We're talking about the ability to start a business and create jobs without having to worry about decades of student loan payments. When we talk about a Green New Deal, we're talking about a planet that is habitable for future generations with less drought, famine, floods, extreme weather disturbances, disease, and human suffering. When we talk about raising the minimum wage, we're talking about people not having to work 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet for their families. Okay. I just pulled up my email. It's real. So a couple of you have confirmed that you got this email. This feels intentionally shady, but also it's like, Bernie, yeah, then what are you doing out here? What are you doing out here endorsing Kamala at the DNC? You know? Private Pie, I'll thank you for the 17 months. And it's also like, it's weird. It's a weird email. It's a weird email. It's like, hey, reminder, Kamala Harris is as centrist as they come. Is he saying those policies aren't that progressive, that they should be the baseline? I mean, he's saying that policies that are called radical and far left are actually popular and implemented in countries around the world. And so it's ridiculous to call these policies like extremist, to demonize them. But then he's simultaneously kind of calling out the fact that Kamala Harris does not support, either like openly doesn't support these, or her administration is clearly not going to succeed on them. I don't know. It's wild. This is a really wild email. You know, like mentioning the Green New Deal, which Kamala does not support. She once upon a time did. And same with healthcare as a right. Kamala does not support Medicare for all. She once upon a time did. I just also love this, like, hi, let's not act as if Kamala Harris is more progressive than I am. She voted on a lot of progressive bills that were DOA as a senator and play her record for her presidential run in 20. Yeah, and then she flipped. She was like one of the most progressive senators. And she backed a lot of, she backed a lot of these really progressive bills and frequently, worked with Bernie on stuff like the Green New Deal and Medicare for All. And then she decided to run for president and backed off a lot of these and has since then not gone back. Anyway, it would be great if Bernie, if Bernie wasn't out here, on the one hand being like, Kamala Harris is like she's the one that we gotta vote for, like we gotta defeat Trump, blah blah blah, and then in these emails like sneakily pointing out the fact that Kamala's not progressive and doesn't believe in a lot of the things that Bernie Sanders, a progressive, believes in. The only choice we have, this email's too weird for me to believe it's real. It is weird, but again, because of like the state of politics right now, I can believe that this is a real email. I mean, I feel like we're seeing our progressive politicians do this, where they say one thing and then they'll say another thing. Like, I don't know if I played this, but AOC here, I caught up with AOC at the DNC to talk about the elephant in the room, Gaza.
Official platform, in my opinion, is good on Palestine. Mm-hmm. I don't think either party right now is doing justice to Palestinians. Okay. So, like, where was this during your speech? Or if not that, then why? Like, if you're not going to say that on stage, then why did you lie? Why did you go so far to say that Kamala is working tirelessly to achieve a ceasefire, and then in a little, interview, you're like, no party is. That doesn't mean that they're the same. Good. I think that a Donald Trump presidency would be absolutely catastrophic. I mean, he's coming.
And then in the rest of this, she just goes on to be like, well, this is why we have to elect Kamala, though. The argument being that there are too many people's rights domestically that are on the potential chopping block.
Out here saying finish the job of a genocide.
There's a lot of people with our politics that are having a hard time getting there in terms of supporting Kamala Harris.
Mm-hmm. And it's also like, why are you taking photos with who's the guy? It was either like his son was in the IDF or he was formerly IDF.
How do you think we help them get there in November to beat Trump?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think first of all, it's important to emphasize how valid it is. We're looking at over 40,000 Palestinians that have died under Israeli bombardment. And the current U.S. administration has been continued to provide weapons to Israel that have been dropping.
Okay. Where is any of this? This is what's so frustrating. And that's why I can believe that email by Bernie is real. Aisa, thank you for the 8 months. Looks like the email is quoted here versus screenshot, but does appear to be real. Bernie Sanders, no, Kamala Harris is not more progressive than I am. In a note to supporters, the Vermont senator rebutted former President Donald Trump's claim that the Democratic nominee was the country's most liberal senator. Yeah, okay, so this seems to be real. Sanders' message to supporters came a day after Trump wrote in a Truth Social post that Senator Elizabeth Warren is considered far more conservative in the U.S. Senate than Comrade Kamala Harris ever was. She will only bring us poverty, chaos, and in certain ways. Then Trump's allies. No, I don't think he's exactly saying she isn't. No, I'm not saying he is, but I'm saying if you read between the lines on this, one, it feels like it's Bernie Sanders being personally slighted by these accusations that Kamala is more progressive. Like Kamala is the most, and they don't use the word progressive, they use like radical, extreme left, etc. So I think it's one, Bernie Sanders feeling personally rebuffed because no, Kamala is not more progressive than Bernie. And the translation of radical and extreme left and communist is progressive, right? That's just like their way to describe it. And two, he's making in the email, the point is being made that these are not radical policies, that these are implemented around the world and that they are very popular. But it, like, you cannot miss the fact that he listed progressive policies that Kamala Harris herself no longer supports. I don't understand who this email is for. I understand what the email is trying to say, but no one on Bernie's. Do you know who I think this email list is for, but it doesn't make, or this email is for, but it doesn't make sense because that's not who would be on Bernie Sanders' email list. This is for neolibs. This is for centrists. This is for middle of the road Dems who, and independents who need to be convinced that Kamala Harris is not a radical communist, extremist, et cetera, et cetera. But that's not who's on Bernie Sanders' email list, which is why it's fucking weird. No one on Bernie's email list is going to be like, wait, progressive politics aren't scary. Right. It's strange. I interpret it as him saying she did not support those policies. No, that's lying. He's not saying that because it would be a lie. Like Kamala Harris does not support things like Medicare for all. She does not support things like, let me go back to this. Oops, I don't know what happened to it. Let me see if it's... Okay, yeah, when we're talking about guaranteeing healthcare, so right. The Green New Deal, which again, Kamala supported once upon a time and then no longer did. I don't know. I don't know. IDK, very strange. It's really bizarre. And the people who I saw posting about this email, ones who are on Bernie Sanders' email list, are progressives. They're the ones who are, Bernie's base. The type of people who are like, okay, what the hell is this? Anyway, to be fair, she has no policy outside of bloodthirsty foreign policy, so who knows? Yeah, I mean, Kamala is finally sitting down for her first interview. It's a joint interview. It's going to be on Thursday. It's going to be with Tim Walz. But I would not be surprised if this is the last interview she gives before like October. I think the Harris campaign strategy is we don't need to do interviews. We don't need to do press conferences because this is working. And we take the risk of opening Kamala up to criticism and having her be held like accountable for things or like, pissing off certain voters. And so genuinely, I think the strategy is we're just going to keep doing like we're doing. Because Kamala is leading in many national polls. And the thing is like, if it's working, is it politically a bad strategy? As an American voter, as someone who would like Kamala to be, to have to answer questions and to have a record of what she says on things so that when she gets into office, if she doesn't do it, then you hold her politically accountable. And then if she's, while she's running for president, if she doesn't say things, then to push her on those things and be like, hello, what about this? That's how I feel as a voter. But as a political strategy, if Kamala is continuing to rise in the polls, doing as she has done, which again, Kamala is maybe the luckiest presidential nominee candidate for the luckiest candidate for president in perhaps history, because her nomination and like her taking over from Joe Biden came so late in the game. It feels like it's now just been a quest of running down the clock. Right? So she didn't have to have a primary. She didn't have to answer questions as to what her policies are. She didn't have to, like, you know, people didn't get a hit her on her record. They didn't get a look at her flip-flopping back and forth and being like, why did you change your mind on this? What is your stance on this now? How do you feel about this now? No, she got to skip all of that. So I don't know. I mean, right now, Donald Trump, because he can't stop, he can't stop, and he just keeps melting down. And, you know, he had the whole Arlington Cemetery fiasco. He's continuously doing a bad job at running for president. And so I think the strategy is let Trump keep speaking, remind voters why they don't like Donald Trump, why they don't want Donald Trump again, and let Kamala just be this enigma of power and an sensation, an internet sensation, and we'll just keep playing Freedom by Beyonce, and we'll have Tim Walz, who's so charming and so likable, and it's Orange Man bad, and here's why. Is anyone actually undecided at this point? Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. Let's see. How many? Okay. I am. And to be clear, there's uncommitted and then there's undecided, not to confuse the two. I'm trying to find recent polls. Polls on run a poll in the chat. Yeah, that will be representative of how many undecided voters there are in Now, I gotta be okay. So here's the thing with undecided voters. The question with undecided voters is more of like, are they actually going to vote? And a lot of times campaigns will make the decision that it is a waste to spend so much time and resources on undecided voters versus going after voters who are in the like independent camp, or voters who have previously voted Democrat, then voted Republican, and are possible voting blocks to get back. So the undecided voter is not really like the faction of voters in this country that politicians are spending all this time going after. And it's hard it's hard to find like real good numbers on undecided voters. Okay. So swing voters of the 2024 election are younger and more diverse in the composition of the overall 2024 likely voter population. 43% of swing voters are under 45. Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about here. The Harris Walls door knocker last night asked me what Harris could do to win my vote from Claudia, and I said that embargo would be the bare minimum. The Harris should check Claudia's platform and get as close as she can to that. His face was amazing. I saw somebody tweet that they got a text. Will you be supporting Kamala Harris in this election? And they said, will she deliver an arms embargo? And then they were automatically unsubscribed. Okay. What percent? You know, the thing too with a lot of people who might say that they're undecided are people who just don't vote. Like typically less than 2/3 of the voting eligible population turns out for a presidential election. Like 2020 was the highest turnout that we had since 1900. And that was 66%. So that's what I mean by like a lot of, you know, it's hard to know who's really undecided and who just doesn't vote. Undecided in that they're a swing voter, right? That they might lean left or they might lean right, or they really do consider themselves truly independent, but that they do vote in elections. And also, let's keep in mind that there are a lot of reasons why people don't vote. This is like not me condemning people who just across the board who don't vote in elections. Make election day a national holiday for starters, okay? You want more people to vote? Why don't you start off with that? Yeah, make mail-in voting more accessible in all states. There are far more people who just don't vote than who are true independent voters. That could go either way. Oh, for sure. For sure. So anyway, there are millions of voters in this country who just simply don't vote because of being disillusioned with the system, because of systemic barriers to voting. Anyway, all right. We got a lot of stuff to look at, so let's take a look at the stuff that we have to look at. I want to start off with this. Full Plaid, thank you for the 8 months. Okay. Alrighty. So more than 65 Palestinian filmmakers, including Hani Abu Assad, Elias Suleiman, and Farah Naboussi, signed letter accusing Hollywood of dehumanizing Palestinians. A group of almost 70 Palestinian filmmakers, including two-time Oscar nominee Hani Abu Assad, acclaimed director Elias Suleiman, and recent BAFTA winner Farah Naboussi, have signed a strongly worded letter in which they accuse Hollywood of dehumanizing Palestinians on screen over decades, a factor they assert has helped enable the ongoing devastation in Gaza. I mean, you can apply this broadly to Hollywood's depiction of all brown people, you know, all anyone of Arab descent. The letter, also signed by the likes of multiple award winners, including Michelle Khalifi, Mai Masri, Najwa Najjar, and the 22-strong list of directors behind the compilation of shorts From Ground Zero, which is Palestine's current submission to the Oscars, also expresses outrage and what it describes as the inhumanity and racism shown by some in the Western entertainment industry towards our people, even during this most difficult of times. The letter marks the first collaborative initiative by Palestinian filmmakers since the horrific events of October 7th. Okay. Despite its fierce criticism of Hollywood, the letter does thank the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences for standing up to pressure and insisting on the freedom of expression by refusing attempts to disqualify a Gaza-focused documentary from the 2024 Emmy nominations. Yeah, so a bunch of racist bitches, including Deborah Messing and who's the other one? Deborah Messing, Salma Hayek, Jennifer Jason Leigh, I think was another one. Yeah, anyway, they were like, hey, we're racist bitches, and did I say Selma Hayek? Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Selma Blair. I'm sorry, Selma Hayek. Redact. My bad. My apologies. Not Selma Hayek. Selma Blair, who's horrible. She's awful. She's so bad. Anyway, so they wrote a letter to the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences and demanded that Bisan, who is a young woman in Gaza who has been documenting day-to-day life in Gaza as she survives a genocide, and she literally just has a phone and is doing what a lot of journalists can't do because Israel has stopped international journalists from entering into Gaza and has killed a lot of journalists over the last 11 months. And so, armed with just her phone, Bisan has been chronicling her and her family's experiences as they literally survive daily bombings and other effects of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. So the NATA's, we covered this story. I'm just giving a quick review. The NATA's president, Adam Sharp, said that Oda's nomination would not be, that's Bisan, would not be rescinded, writing in a letter that the org had been unable to corroborate these reports of Oda's alleged involvement and found no grounds to date. Yeah, they were like, she's a terrorist and she works with terrorist groups. Okay, let me just read the whole letter here. We Palestinian filmmakers appreciate and thank the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences for standing up to pressure and insisting on freedom of expression by upholding Bisan Auda's 2024 News and Documentary Emmy nomination for the documentary It's Bisan from Gaza and I'm Still Alive. Also, I think it's Bisan's birthday today or yesterday. So happy birthday, Bisan. This film is narrated by the award-winning and inspiring 25-year-old Palestinian journalist Bisan Auda, who has risked her life to share with the world reports and stories about the resilience, resistance, and survival of ordinary Palestinian families in the face of Israel's ongoing live-stream genocide in the occupied Gaza Strip. Trying to censor Bisan's voice is only the latest repressive attempt to deny Palestinians the right to reclaim our narrative, share our history, and in this case, bring attention to the atrocities our people are facing in the hopes that we can bring an end to them. Yeah, basically it's like, oh, not only do we support the racist bitches who signed that letter, as well as other hateful Zionists just like them who support the genocide and also want to repress anybody who is documenting the genocide. It's like, you're not allowed to document and then, God forbid, receive any recognition for that documenting of the genocide that you are experiencing. That's what it is. These corny ass losers who not only support a genocide, but support repressing victims of said genocide from documenting it with all they have, which is, in Bissan's case, a phone. Like, my God. You know what it is too? Do anything that comes even close to what Bissan is doing. You guys call yourselves filmmakers and artists? Yeah, fucking right, man. We well understand the power of image in cinema, and for far too long we've been outraged at the inhumanity and racism shown by some in the Western entertainment industry towards our people, even during this most difficult of times. Never forget when Vanessa Redgrave helped make the film Al Falastini, and she was harassed and threatened by a far-right Jewish terrorist group in Los Angeles, and she was booed at the Oscars when she talked about Palestine, when she talked about Zionist thugs, and it just, goes to show that, one, there's such little coverage. There's been such little coverage of Palestinians in cinema's history. And in the rare examples, there's such opposition to it. Was it JDL? I can't remember. Who? Yes, it was. It was the Jewish Defense League that threatened the members of the Academy with repercussions if they voted for Redgrave. So Vanessa Redgrave won at the 1978 Oscars for playing the title role in Julia, a film about World War II, and she plays an anti-Nazi fighter. And so the speech that she gave, we can just play it.
And I salute you.
We've played it before. I've covered this all before, but just tribute
to you, and I think you should be very proud that in the last few weeks you've stood firm and you have refused to be intimidated by the threats of a small bunch of Zionist hoodlums whose behavior...
Yeah, so you can already hear the booing to that. Morg Vanny, thank you for the 7 months.
Whose behavior is an insult to the stature of Jews all over the world.
And this is because they had been threatening members of the Academy that there would be repercussions if they voted for Vanessa for the Best Supporting Actress award, which she ended up winning.
And to their great and heroic record of struggle against fascism and oppression.
They also put a bounty on her head and picketed Oscar night, burned her in effigy as Arafat's whore. A JDL member later was convicted of a bombing of a Los Angeles theater which had been set to screen The Palestinian. And The Palestinian was the film that Redgrave the previous year had helped make. She sold 2 houses to raise the funds, and it was a documentary about the Palestinian struggle, which she narrated herself. So this wasn't even a documentary that was anywhere close to the Oscars. It wasn't nominated for anything. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like the Jewish Defense League was boycotting this documentary about Palestinian, about the Palestinian plight. It's that Vanessa Redgrave, who helped make this documentary, was nominated for an Oscar for a film where she plays a Nazi resistance fighter.
And I pledge to you that I will continue to fight against anti-Semitism and fascism. Thank you.
Wild. Anyway, Vanessa Redgrave was one of the rare big celebrities of that era who was incredibly compassionate towards Palestinians and spoke openly about the Palestinian plight. JDL is suspected of the bombing assassination of radio journalist Alex Oda, who is also apparently Capri Sun Puppy's cousin or other relative. Oh my God. Anyway, okay, so that's just a reminder of that part of Oscars history. Sloan from Entourage has also signed this shit letter. Turned out this show hemmed by a bunch of toxic men telling a story about toxic men also had toxic women. Oh, you mean the letter saying that Bison's Emmy nomination should be rescinded? It genuinely is. It's such loser behavior, and keep in mind too that a lot of the people who signed that letter are significantly older than Bison. So not only does it feel like adults ganging up, like old people ganging up on a younger person, because that's what it is, but it's like all these people with their money and their power and their safety, and they banded together to try and take this nomination from a 25-year-old Palestinian journalist who does not have anything except her story right now. Yeah, it's so cowardly and disgusting, and it's really just the most loser ass behavior. Good thing about Deborah Messing is we don't have to worry about boycotting anything. I know. It's like, girl, what are you even doing? Oh, is this what you're doing now? Through our films, we have tried to present alternative narratives, depictions, and images to reverse the stereotypical, dehumanizing, worthless, disposable beings image, which enables the whitewashing and or justification of the crimes perpetrated for decades against Palestinians. But why must we always put on our boxing gloves to defend our art against ruthless censorship that targets us merely on the basis of our identity, not our creativity? We wholeheartedly welcome the nomination of Bisan Auda's film for an Emmy as an indication that, after so many years of Israel's apartheid and settler colonial rule over the Palestinian people, the relentless, decades-old dehumanization of Palestinians on small and big screens in the U.S., in Hollywood in particular, was beginning to give way to a more ethical stance. The censorship attempts against the film, though, was a reality check of sorts. We must still contend with and fiercely challenge the anti-Palestinian and generally anti-Arab racist propaganda that remains all too prevalent in Western entertainment media. So that's the point that I had made where, yes, specifically anti-Palestinian, but generally how racists, the depiction of Arabs in cinema, throughout cinema, has been. And make no mistake, that has absolutely helped contribute to the public's perception of Arabs, of people in the Middle East, of, all brown people being terrorists. Like, that is really, really harmful when the only depictions, when the depictions repeatedly dehumanize and stereotype a group of people. You name like every vulnerable, marginalized population of people, and that has been their, that has been how they've been depicted in and throughout cinema. And it's why, like, as somebody who like makes the connection between politics and pop culture and specifically the entertainment industry, this is the type of thing that I'm always trying to point out, of like how important it is to recognize like how pop culture and media have contributed to the general public's understanding and beliefs. So when your only experience with indigenous people is that they're all savages, as you've seen them on the screen, and that they just kill, and they are, nameless, faceless beings who the white man has to come in and save the day, then that's going to inform what you think of indigenous populations. You don't see them as people. You see them as bad, you don't see them as like fully realized individuals. You just see them as villains. Just saw that Messing has publicly supported Douglas Murray. That dude's a fucking neo-Nazi. No surprise there. Yeah, she's a monster. Will and Grace, man. Will and the racist. Comedians, for example, often go on these all-inclusive paid tours as a form of soft power and propaganda. They have a financial incentive a lot of time besides for the career opportunities or threats. Many celebs get paid for these appearances and visits. True, but also a number of celebrities are just Zionist. They are. And so they go to places like the occupied West Bank, and they go to these like terrorist summer camps because they want to. Those movies that always portray Arabs and Muslims as terrorists. Yeah, and we talked about this a lot when I did that stream talking about John Krasinski, aka CIA John Krasinski, and we talked about why do I always want to say Dan Clancy? Tom Clancy's books, and we talked about 24 and how post 9/11, especially the depictions of Arabs on screen were so heavily that of terrorists, and like helped contribute to the public's signing off on our government committing this illegal war on terror, which really can be considered the greatest crime against humanity in the modern era. And when you, as a like regular everyday American, see a show like 24, or watch any action film where you've got the good guys and then the bad guys, and the bad guys are brown terrorists, then it helps to manufacture consent. So like the media, when we talk about news and we talk about news and journalism, that helps to manufacture consent for our government policies that involve going into other countries and blowing shit up. But also cinema is a part of that. And it's why the Department of Defense literally has an entire office that is an entertainment bureau where they work hand in hand with Hollywood productions to make sure that the U.S. Department of Defense and all its various players are depicted in a good light. So if you want any help from the DoD, if you want to film on site, if you need to borrow like military equipment, anything like that, they get to have a say in your script, and they get to have a say in like how they are shown in whatever film or show is in production. Okay, let me finish this. Although we are deeply concerned at how this dehumanization is a danger to our very existence as Palestinians, we are cognizant of how it also puts many racialized communities around the world, including in the West, at risk of a similar fate as the might makes right credo prevails. We call on our international colleagues in the film industry, visionaries for the kind of world that we would like to live in, to speak out against this genocide and the erasure, racism, and censorship that enable it, to do everything humanly possible to stop and end complicity with this unspeakable horror, and to stand against working with production companies that are deeply complicit in dehumanizing Palestinians or whitewashing and justifying Israel's crimes against us. This has to stop now. It would be nice if a similar letter would be signed by non-Palestinian filmmakers and just artists. Doesn't even have to be filmmakers, just members of Hollywood who back up this sentiment here and this call to stop dehumanizing Palestinians via cinema and other forms of media. Like Artists for Ceasefire. Yeah, I mean, Artists for Ceasefire is good, but we need more stuff like this, like really specifically about, where's the letter from powerful Hollywood players that is in contrast to the letter that powerful Hollywood players signed to try and get Bison's nomination rescinded. That's what I mean, like powerful people in Hollywood need to keep standing up publicly alongside Palestinian filmmakers. What the fuck? Okay. Anyway, and okay. All right. I'd like to talk about Meadow Halimi, who was a 19-year-old. He was a 19-year-old Palestinian who found refuge in creating TikToks. It was a way for him to it was a way for him to try and find some solace and some joy in one of the most unimaginably horrible situations. And Israel killed him. He's gone. And last night I was looking through his TikToks and I was really just reminded of the fact that it's so important to stress how Meadow is just like me. It's just like you, I mean, I'm not 19, but he was like a young guy who loved TikTok and wanted to go to university and understood the horrors of what was happening because he was living through it, but also was like trying to find a way through and keep in mind like what life would be once this was done, and reached out online to find solidarity with people around the world. And it's also one of those where like we know of Meadow because of his TikToks, because he amassed quite a big following on TikTok, and a lot of people saw the day-to-day of what was happening in Gaza through his TikToks. And there were journalists who interviewed him, and I know some other journalists were working on stories about content creation and Palestinians in Gaza. And it's also a reminder that like there are most Palestinians whose names and faces that we don't know because they didn't have large TikTok followings, and how Meadow constantly reminded people. And like, you know, just this week he had lost his cousin. His cousin was killed. And he would always remind people that like Palestinians are not a number. When you see a headline that's like 100 Palestinians killed, 60 Palestinians massacred, 50 Palestinians die. It's like those are numbers, and those numbers all add up, and it has like the toll is just it's excruciating. But they're also all individual people, and it's just really devastating that at the end of the day, the way that they're reported on is just as another number. So I want to watch this. I want to read this little part in Time magazine where he was interviewed.
I just want to show you one last thing. It's a video posted by Meadow Halimi just 2 days ago. A 19-year-old Palestinian. Just have a watch.
Let me show you what a day of my tent life looks like.
Meadow was a Hassan watcher. He was a normal kid that was just trying to survive. Yeah, that just grounds you, you know? And it just reminds you that like he's like any of us here, you know? Watching Twitch and being a young person in this world, and yet like what he lived through up until the day that he was killed is something that most of us won't. And the most that we will experience it is through TikToks like Meadows. You know, we experience it secondhand from a far safe distance. But to see like what a gentle, kind soul that he was, and how he acknowledged like the brutalities of his and everyone in Gaza's existence, while also like focusing on doing things that would get him through each day.
Started the day with a cup of coffee, and then I went to lay down because it was so hot. After a bit, I took my phone and
thank you
laptop
for the
to
tier
charge
one.
it. This is what they look like. And when I got there, I ordered a lemonade. So refreshing. As I waited for them to charge, I started working on designs for my new secret project. I then got the phone and went to get a haircut. I need one. Tell me how it looks. Right now it's 6 p.m, so I'm almost done with everything in my day. I went to the tent cafe to get connected to the internet, and I edited the video. Then I went live on TikTok. And that's it for today. Don't forget to drop a follow and like the video.
Friends of Meadow Halimi now report that he has succumbed to the wounds that he had suffered after an Israeli airstrike in Gaza left him in a coma. Go to his Instagram profile, Meadow_Halimi.
It's also a reminder too that like the very least that we can do for Palestinians is show online that we care about them, right? Whether it's through our Twitch streams or sharing their words on social media. And it's a reminder that like what sets aside this genocide from other genocides is, one, how incredibly well documented this is, and two, how the victims of the genocide only like it feels as if their only recourse and their only solace can be social media, and it's how they've connected with people around the world, and it's how they're raising funds because the prices of goods in Gaza are astoundingly high, and families in Gaza who are trying to escape and trying to get safe passage into Egypt, but that costs so much money. And it's just like, I don't know. It's just really mind blowing that here's a guy who, one day you're watching his TikToks and then the next day you're not, because he was murdered. Like, he documented his last days. Can you imagine that? You know what I mean? Like, imagine if it was any other content creator and that's what happened. But because this is somebody who lives in Gaza, for a lot of people, it's just like, oh yeah, another dead Palestinian.
Go look at his videos. This was a young man who lived, who despite unbearable circumstances so hellish that virtually none of us can really imagine what they're like. Full of joy, full of happiness, and despite it all, full of love for life. Just 5 days ago, he posted his grief at his 11-year-old cousin Ahmad being killed by the Israeli state. And in that piece mourning his slaughter, he also mourned those other innocent Palestinians who have been butchered alongside him. And he finished that post with the following: each one of them had a life, dreams, talents, hopes, and people whom they loved. No one deserves this. No one does deserve this. 11-year-old Ahmad did not deserve this. 19-year-old Meadow did not deserve this. The tens of thousands of Palestinians slaughtered by the Israeli state with the direct involvement of the US state did not deserve this. This genocide has to end. We have to stop it. We have to fight with everything we have to end this genocide. And that means being honest about the role and the position of a US administration which is soaked in blood.
I feel like this directly ties to your previous point. Seeing stories on screen of individuals who are systematically dehumanized is so effective at changing people's perspectives. Yeah, when the media so largely only shows one side and continuously contributes to the dehumanization of Palestinians, something like social media has been a light in the dark. It has been a way for Palestinians to humanize themselves. It's been a way to document what is happening in Gaza as journalists have been, murdered left and right, and there's so few left. It's been a way to reach everyday people around the world who otherwise would not, who maybe have never met a Palestinian person, don't know who Palestinian people are. And by watching a TikTok by someone like Meadow, realize oh, this guy's just like me. This guy's a sweetie. He wants to go to school, and these are his dreams. He loves to garden. He has, this is his family. And then the reality of what's happening in Gaza, the brutality that Palestinians are enduring, is shown to you as well. And it hits you very hard when you have been personally following somebody like Meadows' updates and now he's gone. You'll never get it again, because he was a person. He wasn't just a number. He was a person, and unfortunately not all Palestinians, like I said, garnered a huge following on TikTok, so we don't know a lot of their faces and names, and a lot of them who are lost under the rubble, who it will take years to sort out all those who died. And his resistance was gardening. I mean, I know. Yeah. It is it's it just really makes you stop. Where's the tweet that I'm looking for? Oh, this one. BR, thank you for the gifted, and Halcyon, thank you for the tier 1. People in the comments under this stuff are still refuting his humanity. Of course they are. Because, like, as a human being, if you come to the realization that what you are doing or what you are supporting is immoral, then you can no longer support it, right? Or at least you can't in good conscience. And so it's why a lot of people are still choosing to believe that Palestinians deserve this, that they are not human beings like you or I, that they are savage terrorists who don't deserve to have their gardens and go to school and raise their babies and celebrate their birthdays. When you choose to actively dehumanize human beings, you do so in order to justify the inhumane actions against them. Sometimes it's easy to forget the very real human cost of war. There is always a human cost to war. Absolutely. When you wake up to that realization of the human toll of war, it will make you anti-war. It will make you anti-imperialism. And to be clear again, like, you know, the term war gets used, but obviously this is not a war. This is a genocide against a population of people. This is, you know, an assault on Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank. But yeah, I mean, war is just the general term that is used in the media and online when talking about what's going on here. I mean, I think if you say that it's like Israel's war on Gaza, that Israel as the occupying and dominating force, as the side that holds all the power, and who is, has unleashed just daily brutality upon Palestinians in Gaza and now in the West Bank. They just launched their largest assault in over 2 decades in the West Bank because, again, this is not about self-defense. It's never been about self-defense. This was about establishing a Jewish ethno-state in historic Palestine, and then since that establishment, maintaining and continuing to grow the size and strength of said state. And so the occupied Palestinian territories have always been on the menu. They have always been part of the political goal of Zionism to further cleanse Palestinians so that the ethnocracy of Israel only grows in power and in strength. You know what particularly infuriates me? This is a tweet. You know what particularly infuriates and depressed me about Meadow being murdered? How much time and care he put into engaging in good faith with cruel and disgusting people in his comments. Yeah, he had so much patience. I watched a lot of his TikToks where people would be like, oh yeah, well, if there's a famine, if you're starving, then how do you have food? How are you able to charge your laptop? How is it that you can go to the beach? And
that's a good question.
He would respond very patiently.
Someone in the past created something called solar panels. They basically create electricity from,
Because unfortunately, the responsibility of people who are being subjected to the worst horrors imaginable is that they have to continuously fight to have their humanity be seen so that they can provide justification as to why they should live. That like, hey, this is happening to us, and this is why this should not be happening to us. And they have to make the case for themselves.
Solar energy. And that's basically what we're using. A lot of people had them before this whole thing started. And when they ran away, they took them with them. And now they charge for people. Of course, we have to pay for it. So like I pay $1 daily to charge both my phone and laptop.
But how astonishing is this, you know, where you have a guy in Gaza who is answering questions about the genocide conditions that he is living under, you know, that it's like people have access to Palestinians. No longer can you make the excuse that, oh, well, we just didn't know. Oh, well, this is, you know, this has been kept secret from us. Oh, well, we only know what we know from mainstream media, and mainstream media presents one side of the narrative. They, you know, they humanize one side and dehumanize the other. And now there really is no excuse, because there are countless Palestinians who are documenting day to day what is happening to them. And there are Palestinians like Meadow who have almost 200,000 followers on TikTok. You have Bisan, who was just nominated for an Emmy because of her coverage.
But that's how we charge.
Here's another example.
Connection is hard. Yeah, you make videos every day. I definitely don't make videos every day. I try to make videos every day, but the problem is I don't have connection every day. And even if I would have connection every day, it would be very, very bad.
And the reason why someone like Meadow did this is because he recognized that it's important to have every single person standing up for Palestinian liberty. And so he, a guy who's literally faced with the need to survive every day, like literally his physical safety being at risk, continued to answer comments and questions like these because he wanted to change hearts and minds. And, you know, if his responding to this comment will help this person be like, oh, okay, actually, maybe I do think that this is like really horrible, and maybe I don't believe this propaganda that things aren't so bad over in Gaza.
And expensive as well. So the initial plan was basically to create videos daily and post daily, but the problem again is connection and electricity. This is a good question actually. In the beginning,
aren't y'all supposed to be broke? Where do you get money from?
people just started spending all the money that they have saved previously, but you can imagine 10 months is a bit too much. So yes, most people have run out of money, and right now they're basically living off of helps from others, family members abroad, friends abroad, or whoever outside of Gaza.
Also, Meadow was living in a tent like most Palestinians who are refugees multiple times over. And people would still look at this and be like, doesn't look that bad. I mean, you are wearing a shirt and you're on TikTok and you have food.
Gaza, they can help them. And today I'm getting a transfer through Binance from outside of Gaza. And let me show you how hard it is to get it and how much money we actually lose throughout the way. At first, of course, I went to the city of Deir al-Balah. And as you can see, transportation was not 5 stars. I didn't like it. And when I got there, I went to a currency exchange office that also takes money transfers.
Also, wasn't there reporting that just came out today that Binance has seized Palestinian crypto funds? That the IDF allegedly has requested Binance to seize funds from Palestinian users, which a lot of them have been relying on, like Meadow is showing in this video, to be able to buy to buy goods in Gaza to keep sustaining them. The Binance CEO Tang rejects allegations the exchange froze all Palestinian funds. Only a limited number of user accounts linked to illicit funds were blocked from transacting. There have been some incorrect statements about this. As a global crypto exchange, we comply with internationally accepted anti-money laundering legislation. Okay, well, how are you making that determination? How many accounts have you frozen? And how are you making the determination on what you're claiming is money laundering? You know?
And what I basically did is I transferred them the money to their Binance account and they gave me back cash. But here's a problem, 27% commission fee. Yeah, almost a quarter of the money. So if I were to get $200, I would only get about $140. I took the money, I bought some stuff, and I went back home. Sorry, didn't.
Man, anyway, this is his TikTok account, Metal Halimi. It's just, I don't know. It's I don't even know how to describe the feeling of looking through all these videos he made and knowing that, like, this is the last one here. That he documented the final year of his life.
Welcome guys to a new vlog of my tent life. I started the day as usual with a hot cup of tea and then headed to the city of Khan Yunis. I wanted to see the destruction in there. It's really indescribable, the amount of destruction in there. Wherever you look, you're gonna see rubble. It's just rubble everywhere. It really depressed me what I saw. I went back to the tent and had liver for lunch and went for a swim. You guys won't believe it. I just found a phone in the sea, and when I came back to show it to you, it was lost again. So I went in again and I found it. It's right here. Then built a sandcastle, more like sand done with a rock. I know I can't build good sandcastles, but I'm not the worst. This is mine, and this is my brother's. I then made some hummus for dinner, and I'm gonna start editing the video now. Hope you guys see it tonight. Don't forget to follow me if you wanna see more content like this. Welcome.
All right, this is the piece in time. It's also sad because this piece is about how Palestinian content is getting less traction, and how basically if you don't do these like day in the life videos such as what Meadow does, then your posts are getting less and less traction. And you know, there's a variety of reasons for this. One, I think as the genocide has gone on, there is a desensitization that results from it, where people who are aware and who care are desensitized. And I don't think everybody's skipping over. Everybody who, like, you know, scrolls past Palestinian content is doing so because they don't care, or because, you know, they're bloodthirsty Zionists. But it is just inevitably a sad result of something going on for longer and longer, you know. And then also, of course, there's the issue of Palestinian content being suppressed. So a number of reasons for it. But anyway, to combat this, some users supporting Palestinian fundraising campaigns have gotten more creative with their social media posts by camouflaging them with more popular topics or by embedding calls for donations in seemingly unrelated videos. That effort is similarly mirrored by Palestinians on the ground in Gaza, many of whom have taken to urging viewers to do what they can in order to bolster engagement with their video in the hopes that it reaches more people. "My child deserves a better life," a Palestinian woman says in a June post while cradling a baby in her arms in what appears to be a dilapidated building, the sound of drones audible in the background. press on every single button on the screen and save our lives. But experts warn that such efforts can only go so far, because although TikTok's AI-powered algorithm is heavily informed by what users view, like, and share, it's also determined by what kind of content TikTok believes users want to see. TikTok has said that they really don't want to have political content. That's not what they want this platform to be for. Laura Edelson, a researcher at Northeastern University who spent 4 months tracking the spread of pro-Palestinian and pro-Israeli content on TikTok between early October 2023 and late January 2024. They want this platform to be for entertainment. Critics have argued otherwise, suggesting that TikTok is guilty of both amplifying and censoring Palestinian voices on the app. Although the video sharing platform didn't respond to requests for comments, it has in an earlier blog post stated that its algorithm's recommendations are based on the content that people have previously engaged with, and that the platform does not promote one side of an issue over another. But according to Edelson, TikTok's algorithm isn't partial to content that could be regarded as political. Posts that solicit donations, she says, are similarly disfavored. When asked about the effectiveness of Palestinians in Gaza asking users to engage with their videos in certain ways in order to boost their popularity, such as commenting more than 9 words or pressing all 4 buttons on the screen, Edelson says these are folk beliefs that don't necessarily make a post popular anymore. What the algorithm is trying to maximize for is session duration. Other things like shares, likes, they don't really matter. So that's why they're saying don't scroll. They do want that engagement, but only because it frankly extends the amount of time that you're interacting with the content. That these folk beliefs persist isn't necessarily surprising. Edelson says that for many users who are concerned about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, where nearly 40,000 people have been killed and millions displaced, genocide, engaging with videos in this way helps meet their psychological need to help, a phenomenon as old as social media itself. Trying to leverage social media to bring awareness to a cause and very specifically to raise money is also one of the oldest uses of social media. Unfortunately for Palestinians, such appeals tend to be disfavored by social media algorithms. But some Palestinians in Gaza are figuring out how to give TikTok the kind of content that it wants. Since May, 19-year-old Mohammed Halimi has been creating regular day-in-the-life vlogs, among the more common types of video formats typically seen on TikTok, capturing what it's like being a displaced Palestinian in Gaza. Halimi, who is originally from Gaza City but currently resides in a tent with his family in the coastal town of Al-Mawasi, says that he initially began posting TikToks as a means of combating depression. You want to know the other fucking depressing thing? The reason that a lot of Palestinian content creators and not just necessarily content creators, but Palestinians posting things online, why they speak in English or post in English is because they're appealing to the Western world and specifically Americans because of the United States' role in perpetrating the crimes against them. That is why they speak in English, so that Americans and people in the West will understand them. And it's a way to I don't know. It's just it's fucked up. This is how much power the US has. Bomb fine print made in America. Yeah. This is how much power the United States has. This is how involved and how culpable we are as if you're an American citizen, we are responsible in this because this is our fucking government. Unlike most TikToks coming, oh wait, sorry, I skipped this part. Halimi, who's originally from Gaza City, said that he initially began posting TikToks as a means of combating depression. I had nothing to do but to just keep thinking about what's going on with my life and how it's now all destroyed, all gone. He tells Time from a makeshift internet cafe, one of the few areas where he can get a stable connection, as he explained in a recent post. I felt like I could report about my life and what's going on with it in a different way, which you kind of see in my videos. I have a different perspective of life, and I wanted to show that to people. Unlike most other TikToks coming out of Gaza, Halimi's are more about capturing the realities of life under bombardment, such as how to get clean drinking water, wash clothes, or charge devices, than they are about soliciting donations. Although, like others, he does have a GoFundMe page to fundraise for his family's evacuation. I think they want to know more about Gazan life, he says of TikTok users, noting that his previous posts have accrued as many as 600,000 views. The more his following has grown, he currently has more than 121,000 followers on TikTok, the more support that he's received. And that support is vital for Palestinians in Gaza, many of whom have seen their livelihoods and savings wiped out by the war. Everything is too expensive, and most people have lost their jobs, Halimi says, noting that even basic items such as sugar, a kilo of which might have cost 3 shekels or $1 before the war, now cost closer to $30. That's why they keep trying to promote their fundraisers, because it's basically now their only source of income. But in order to sustain that support, he says, asking users not to scroll won't suffice. People have had enough of these videos. Unfortunately, the attention economy and the algorithm want things that are entertaining. They want vlogs. They want days in the life, says the Operation Olive Branch spokesperson. If families can do it, that's a good way to fundraise, because TikTok will push those things. Anyway, it's very sad, and it's very infuriating, because this did not need to happen. This should not have happened. And every single day that the United States continues to arm Israel, more Palestinians die. We just completed our 500th shipment of arms to Israel. Every day, more Palestinians die, and their blood is on the hands of Israel and the United States. It's so horrible that they are forced to appeal to individuals when Biden could change it all right now, and we have Harris boasting about how lethal the military is. Yeah. Where the fuck is Joe Biden? Is he still on vacation? Is he enjoying himself? I saw a headline in the New Republic that said, Kamala Harris is going to make America laugh again. And I wanted to put my head in the oven, honestly. Kamala Harris is going to make America laugh again. Oh, 500 degrees. My God. Taking a vacation from his vacation. Yeah, okay. So, we are going to keep on keeping on. And let's see what we got next here. Okay. Alrighty. Let's watch this video on.
Israel has been carrying out what's said to be its biggest military assault for decades here in the occupied West Bank. Bulldozers have been ripping up roads. Troops have gone in with vehicles and on foot. And there have been airstrikes too. Meanwhile, Palestine...
You know, the thing about the West Bank is, if you're a person who believes that Gaza is justified because Israel is doing self-defense, because they struck first on October 7th, and you just totally ignore all of history leading up to October 7th. You forget October 6th, 5th, 4th, so on. How do you justify the West Bank? How do you justify the fact that settler violence has increased in the West Bank, that they have seized the most amount of land that they have in 30 years, that you have literal members of Netanyahu's party who are spearheading and leading this extremist settler violence in the West Bank, that there are a growing numbers of American settlers. there are over 60,000 Americans who have settled in the West Bank. That's about 15%. And I think those numbers are higher now, but that was the last time that there was data on it. 15% of settlers in the West Bank are American citizens. Compare that to 1% of those who live in Israel proper. So when Americans are coming over, when they are leaving the United States, they are settling illegally on land that is not theirs. And they are a major driving force behind the violence that Palestinians in the West Bank are experiencing. And you want to know the thing about being an American settler? You still have a U.S. passport. The United States should revoke the passports of any fucking American citizen who is living in the West Bank. You should no longer, first of all, you should be prosecuted because you're violating international law, regardless. But you should no longer get a U.S. passport. If things get a little hairy because you're doing settler colonialism in the West Bank, you should not get to return anywhere. If Palestinians in the West Bank are fighting back against you and you're like, oh no, things are getting a little scary, you don't get to come back here. No, you should go to prison.
Palestinian armed groups have been fighting back.
Grab some water.
This was said to be an explosion targeting army vehicles in Tulkarem. Now, Israeli raids have been happening on a daily basis in the occupied West Bank in recent months. But this one is on a different scale. The cities of Jenin, Tulkarem, and Tubas have been raided by Israeli forces. They're home to some of the armed groups and fighters that Israel calls terrorists. It has accused them of planning attacks. To many Palestinians, these groups are resistance fighters against a decades-long occupation.
Yeah, I also pose the question of what are legitimate means for Palestinians to resist this violence and this settler colonialism? Truly. Because international law states that they get to resist by any means necessary. You know, they can fight back. So anyone who will condemn Palestinians in the West Bank, like we're not talking about Gaza right now, we're talking about the West Bank. What recourse do they have?
Recognized as illegal under international law.
Yeah, this is from today.
Said that these armed groups are getting better at making explosive devices to target them during raids. And there's been coverage in the Israeli media about armed groups making life difficult for Israeli settlers.
Yeah, would you not say that Palestinians have a right to defend themselves, that they have a right to self-defense?
Who, don't forget, are residing illegally in the occupied West Bank, according to international law. As part of this latest assault, Israeli forces announced their intention to raid at least one hospital in Jenin. Israel's foreign minister suggested residents would be ordered to leave parts of the northern occupied West Bank.
I would call that ethnic cleansing. Forcing Palestinians to leave the West Bank, lands that Israel illegally occupies. This is all part of the plan to continue to ethnically cleanse Palestinians. The Nakba did not end in 1948. We must realize that. Okay, I want people to understand how when we say that the Nakba never ended, it's because it never ended. Because Palestinians have continuously been ethnically cleansed. And we're seeing this happening right now in the West Bank.
There have been instances where Palestinians were pushed out during another major Israeli assault in July 2023. And evacuation orders have been a major feature of the war in Gaza, where Israel is accused of a genocide against Palestinians. Israel's foreign minister has also said that the army should deal with threats from the occupied West Bank like it has in Gaza.
Oh,
and that is making people here feel worried about what could happen next.
I'll speak to Eli Clifton, who's
All right, so this is a video about the sanctions that the U.S. imposed on an Israeli settler group and a civilian security guard. The sanctions that were imposed today specifically target Hashmer Yash, which is a self-described volunteer organization that aims to protect Israeli farmers in the West Bank who, again, are there illegally. Okay. Why is it that it's always, when it comes to Israelis, self-defense, right? It's like, oh, we need self-defense. We need to protect them because they are kicking Palestinian farmers off their lands through violent means, because they are murdering Palestinians in the West Bank, a territory that Israel illegally occupies.
The senior advisor at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, joining us from New York. Welcome to Al Jazeera. How effective do you think the sanctions will be in deterring violence in the occupied West Bank?
Thanks for having me. Well, I mean, there's no evidence that these sanctions to date have deterred settler violence at all. But they do serve a couple.
Maybe because the sanctions are, you can't even call them a Band-Aid, honestly. The problem is that the U.S. does not target the state institutions and politicians who are allowing this settler violence to proliferate. That is the problem. If you sanction one settler group, or if you sanction an individual, it's not going to stop this decades-long issue of Israel sanctioning these settlements, because it is all a part of Israel's plan to annex the remaining Palestinian territories and take them for themselves.
Important roles. They do offer a fig leaf for both the IDF's complicitness in enabling and protecting settlers to act with impunity, and, you know, perhaps more importantly for the Biden administration here, it attempts to preempt questions for them.
Yes, settler violence is state violence. Absolutely. Absolutely. And so as long as the U.S. continues to fund Israel and continues to allow war criminals like Benjamin Netanyahu to appear in Congress, they are allowing this settler violence to continue. And so imposing like a little sanction here and there is simply not enough. It's one of those where it's also a little too little and too late.
About U.S. military aid to Israel and the decision not to designate specific IDF units as participating in human rights abuses. Now, that's a designation that could lead to the use of U.S. law, the Leahy law, to withhold weapons transfers to those units.
Will it?
So those pressures, they're particularly acute right now in the final months of the U.S. presidential
So what you're saying
season.
is the U.S. just doing this sort of as a distraction then?
Well, I think it partly is a distraction and partially to manage a difficult situation.
See, here's the thing. I highly doubt that the U.S. will do that in citing the Leahy law, because that would mean that they have to apply the Leahy law to everything that Israel is doing, which includes Gaza.
When you have 44% of likely Democratic voters opposing U.S. military aid to Israel, at least in terms of its war against Hamas, with only 25% in favor. So they have to do something, but they don't want to do something that actually could have long-term effects on the U.S.-Israel relationship.
Why now, though? Because there's years of accumulated evidence that this particular organization has been funded and supported by the Israeli government, as well as senior members of the NGO are affiliated with the parties of the ultra-nationalist ministers like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who, as you know, have called for violence against Palestinians. So why now?
They've called for violence, and they've literally fucking armed the settlers. Y'all remember shortly after October 7th when Ben-Gvir was photographed handing out assault rifles to settlers in the West Bank and telling them, like, go, go, go? Settler violence is state violence because the state supports this.
Well, I think that, we're facing unusual pressure right now for the administration to do something, because not just in the presidential election cycle, but there's also a growing concern that the war in Gaza and now the expansion of the military actions by the IDF into or broadening their activities in the West Bank could actually pose to be a spark to light a regional war. And so there certainly is a strong desire in Washington to prevent that, but there's also competing pressures not to do something that would fundamentally change the U.S.-Israel relationship. Now, all of this is coming at the expense of U.S. policy in the region that could actually help de-escalate tensions with Iran and Hezbollah and could help bring a ceasefire in Gaza and a release of hostages. And those are policies that wouldn't only benefit people in the region, but it would also serve U.S. national security interests of avoiding getting drawn into another endless war in the Middle East. So unfortunately, the policies and the sanctions that were just announced, it's to present the appearance of doing something, to express disapproval with what's happening, but not to actually take the types of actions that Democratic voters would want and are pushing the president to undertake, but also the types of actions that could actually make a difference in Israeli policy in the West Bank as well as in Gaza.
Look, speaking of Israeli policy, I mean, the head of the Shin Bet himself, the Shin Bet, of course, is the Israeli Secret Service. He said that settler violence is doing indescribable damage to Israel. Do you think that the statement will make official?
I've seen people say the U.S. can't do an arms embargo because then Israel will go unhinged. What does that even mean? Israeli officials themselves have stated repeatedly that their military action in Gaza is only possible because of the U.S. And go unhinged with what? Towards the United States? Please. Oh, so Israel is going to go up against the U.S.? Yeah, fucking right. How about in the past? How many fucking times have we talked about how administrations in the past have withheld arms and funding from Israel? And you want to know what they did? They stopped what they were doing, okay? Because they had to. Like, what are they? Go unhinged with what? With what?
Officials in Israel and even in the United States stand up and take notice? Or do you think that state-backed settler violence, as described by organizations like Amnesty International, is state policy?
Yeah, you're telling me Israel's current behavior is hinged?
As well as here in the United States, about the policies that Israel is undertaking in the West Bank as well as in Gaza. However, this war has been going on since October, and the reality is that there hasn't been much of an effort to actually constrain or curtail Israel's actions on the ground. So is it state policy in Israel? Well, certainly it appears to be the policies of the war cabinet in Israel. And in as much as it affects U.S. policy, it doesn't seem like policymakers in Washington are willing just yet to take the types of actions that might be required to try to change the policies of the war cabinet.
All right, Eli Clifton, thank you so much for joining us.
All right. I want to watch this second thought video on Are We the Baddies and also tie it into this piece in the New Yorker that came out yesterday. And this is about the Haditha massacre from back in 2005, where U.S. Marines killed 24 civilians. It's considered like the worst act of depravity during the Iraq War. There's many of them. But the Haditha massacre was, it was so bad, and the military knew how bad it was that they worked for years to keep the photos from the public. And this is something that the United States government, in conjunction with the military, I'm not looking at the images. So unfortunately, we can't look. Not unfortunately. Let me just explain. I'm just going to read this part here. This is something where you can find the images. Like, a lot of people are talking about this online. You can also read this New Yorker piece, but I can't show them online. But I want to talk about it. and talk about how this is something that the government has repeatedly done, where they know that when the public sees images of U.S. military war crimes, that it inflames them, that it can cause problems for the government, for the administration in power, because guess what? People don't like war crimes, and they especially don't like war crimes against children. And so when you have an instance of where the Marines murdered 24 civilians, which included children, one of whom the youngest, I think, was 3 years old, a 3-year-old girl. Well, the government knows that's bad. We can't let the public know that. And the same thing happened with Abu Ghraib torture camp, where they worked really hard to try and keep a lot of those images and videos from the public. Barack Obama himself blocked like 2,000 photos from the Abu Ghraib torture camp because he was worried that the public would freak out if they saw those images and call for and demand that the U.S. stop what they're doing. So finally, after almost 20 years, these photos were released. The New Yorker got a hold of them and released them in this piece. On the morning of November 19th, 2005, a squad of Marines was traveling in 4 Humvees down a road in the town of Haditha, Iraq, when their convoy hit an IED. The blast killed 1 Marine, Lance Corporal Miguel Terrazas, and injured 2 others. What followed would spark one of the largest war crime investigations in the history of the United States. And spoiler, none of these Marines faced any jail time. None of them. During the next several hours, Marines killed 24 Iraqi men, women, and children. Near the site of the explosion, they shot 5 men who had been driving to a college in Baghdad. They entered 3 nearby homes and killed nearly everyone inside. This is literally just murder. This is fucking murder. The youngest victim was a 3-year-old girl. The oldest was a 76-year-old man. The Marines would later claim that they were fighting insurgents that day, but the dead were all civilians. After the killing was over, 2 other Marines set off to document the aftermath. Lance Corporal Ryan Bryans brought his Olympus digital camera. Lance Corporal Andrew Wright had a red Sharpie marker. Bryans and Wright went from site to site, marking bodies with numbers and then photographing them. Other Marines, including one who worked in intelligence, also photographed the scene. By the time they were done, they had made a collection of photographs that would be the most powerful evidence against their fellow Marines. The killings came to be known as the Haditha Massacre. 4 Marines were charged with murder, but those charges were later dropped. General James Mathis, who went on to become Secretary of Defense, wrote a glowing letter to one of the Marines, dismissing his charges and declaring him innocent. And this is why when General Mathis was praised for stepping down from serving as the Secretary of Defense in the Trump administration, that motherfucker didn't deserve a lick of praise. First of all, because he's a piece of shit and he's evil. Second of all, because he wouldn't even condemn the Trump administration. He was like, I won't comment, but I'm stepping down. No, he is a piece of shit. Mad Dog Mattis. Fuck that guy. By 2012, when the final case ended in a plea deal with no prison sentence, the Iraq War was over and stories about the legacy of the U.S. occupation rarely got much attention. The news barely registered. The impact of an alleged war crime is often directly related to the horror of the images that end up in the hands of the public. Why do you think so much of the public has changed their opinions on Israel? Because of how much documented evidence of the genocide of Palestinians there is. Because every single day, there are images and video of the latest airstrike. Because Israel cannot occupy and mass murder Palestinians without us now seeing it. That is a huge difference. Unfortunately, It takes horrific images for people to change their mind on something, or for people to realize how depraved and evil the actions of a state are. And it's why, too, you've seen Zionists say, like, these are AI images, or try to make up any other excuse, or just like simply not even look at them, or look at them and they're just so fucking depraved themselves. They're like, well, those are terrorists. The image of the abuse of detainees at Abu Ghraib prison became an international scandal when graphic photos were published. Yeah, because most of the time the public doesn't know about this shit. Of course they don't, because the government doesn't want them to know. They don't want us to know. Like, you talk about conspiracy theories, you know. A conspiracy theory that's not a conspiracy theory is that the torture camps, you know, the torture prisons that America operates are very real, and they keep them secret, and they don't want the public to know because of the backlash that it will spurn. The Haditha killings had no similar moment. A few of the images that the Marines had made ended up in the public domain, but most have never been released. In an oral history interview for In an oral history interview for the Marine Corps in 2014, General Michael Hagee, who was the commandant of the Marine Corps at the time of the Haditha killings, bragged about keeping Jesus Christ, sorry. bragged about keeping the Haditha photos secret. The press never got them, unlike Abu Ghraib, Hagee said. The interviewer, Fred Allison, a Marine Corps historian, interjected. The pictures. They got the pictures. That was what was so bad about Abu Ghraib. Yes, Hagee replied, and I learned from that. He said, those pictures today have still not been seen. And so I'm quite proud of that. In 2020, our reporting team at the In the Dark podcast filed a Freedom of Information Act request, aka FOIA, with the Navy, seeking records that included the photos. And this is why, like, as much as we shit on media outlets that manufacture consent and that, you know, are doing at best irresponsible journalism and at worst consent for things like genocide. Journalism is also very important. And there are a lot of journalists who have dedicated their lives to uncovering and exposing U.S. war crimes and bringing this information to the public. You know, there are really, really great journalists who work in like matters of, you know, national security, etc., who have been instrumental in exposing some of the worst U.S. war crimes. And yeah. Anyway. We thought that the photos would help us reconstruct what happened that day and why the military had dropped murder charges against the Marines involved. The Navy released nothing in response. We then sued the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the U.S. Central Command to force them to turn over the photos and other records related to the Haditha killings. We anticipated that the government would claim that the release of the photos would harm the surviving family members of the dead. Military prosecutors had already made this argument after the trial of the final accused Marine. While we were fighting with the military to get the photos, a colleague and I traveled to Iraq to meet with family members of the victims of the killings. They recounted what had happened on November 19th, 2005, and their efforts to seek justice, all of which had failed. I believe this is our duty to tell the truth, Khalid Salman Rasif, a lawyer who lost 15 members of his family that day, told me. Another man, Khalid Jamal, was 14 when his father and his uncles were killed. He told me that he'd spent years wondering what happened in his family members' final moments. Did they die like brave men? Were they scared? He said, I want to know the details. We asked the two men if they would help us obtain the photos of their dead family members. They agreed, and we entered into an unusual collaboration. an American journalist, and 2 Iraqi men whose family members had been killed, working together to pry loose the military's secrets. I worked with the lawyers representing us in our lawsuits against the military to draft a form that the surviving family members could sign, indicating that they wanted us to have the photos. Rasif and Jamal offered to take the form to the other family members. The 2 men went house to house in Haditha, explaining our reporting and what we were trying to do. At one house, Jamal told the father of one of the men who was killed while trying to get to Baghdad, "Of course, I am one of you." Jamal asked him to sign the form saying, "Things that happened in the massacre will be exposed." The father, Hamid Fleh Hassan, told him, "The drowning man will cling to the straw. We sign, I will sign it twice, not once." Rasif and Jamal collected 17 signatures. Our attorney filed the form in court as part of our lawsuit. In March, more than 4 years after our initial FOIA request, the military relented and gave us the photos. The New Yorker has decided to publish a selection of these photos with the permission of the surviving family members of those depicted to reveal the horror of a killing that the military chose not to punish. These photos are extremely graphic. They depict the men, women, and children who were murdered by these Marines in defenseless positions. Many of them were shot in the head at relatively close range. And of course, this directly combats the Marines' claim that they were fighting insurgents, which, like, you can just smell the bullshit a mile away. But the photos are evidence that directly refutes the Marines' claims. I can't show these photos, and it's like you get the idea, but they are horrific. I mean, it's like groups of children who have been murdered at close range, shot in the heads. They literally look like if you are watching a true crime show on Max and it shows the crime scene photos. Like that is what this is. This is a crime scene. It's a massacre. 24 civilians, full families who were murdered by these Marines. And this kind of thing happened all the time in Iraq and Afghanistan. Yes. And additionally, when we talk about Abu Ghraib torture, the Abu Ghraib prison, where many, many, many detainees were civilians with no links to armed groups, and the abuse that so many faced that were just human rights violations and war crimes, and the parallels between like Abu Ghraib and Sidi Tamen in Israel, and how it reminds you of like, oh yes, why will the United States condemn what Israel is doing when they do this on an even greater scale? Let's watch this quick little vid from
in Hadith.
This is from 12 years ago, and this was after the Marines were given a plea deal, and none of them served prison time.
The children go to school. The streets are calm. But the belief in finding justice.
It's important that you're talking about this, and we all continue to, especially for younger generations who may not know. Oh, I mean, in 2001, I was 9. And in the years after 2001, with the war on terror and, and manufacturing consent so that the public would support the U.S.'s invasion of both Afghanistan and Iraq. This is something where if you were young at that time, then you didn't find out until years after, until like long after long after the Iraq War had officially, well, I mean, technically ended.
After one of the worst atrocities of the war has been crushed.
There's so much more than just this one event we still don't know about is the thing, too. It's guaranteed the U.S. exports death and destruction more than anything else. Oh, yeah. We know, we basically, in the scheme of all the war crimes that were committed, the human rights violations that took place against people in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, we have less understanding than what am I how am I trying to say this? So like the instances that we do know, that we have evidence of, that have been documented, we have less of that than what actually occurred. Like there's so much more that has not been revealed than that we know. Yeah, the full extent of the harm that was committed.
Aus Fahmy Hussein knew the victims. He himself was wounded by a Marine shooting from a roof that day.
That America would claim democracy and human rights to kill children, they are mocking Iraqi blood, and they are mocking us as well.
The Marines say they were in danger, so they attacked. They burst into houses, killing 24 people. But they were all unarmed. 5 were children. The names they wrote to practice.
I've seen a lot of gore stuff, lots of crime photos from wars over the last 20 years. Nothing in my life made me feel like seeing that photo. The 3-year-old published in this article, most difficult article I've ever read.
Their handwriting are still on the walls.
Yeah.
This
it's like
doctors...
even when you are aware of the untold war crimes and abuse and torture of civilian detainees in prisons like Abu Ghraib, it still doesn't prepare you or lessen the blow of how horrific those photos are.
Signed all the death certificates.
What you're currently watching is legacy media meant to influence and spread propaganda. If you're looking for the truth, go on X. Okay, Elon Musk. Elon, don't you have other things to do? Aren't you battling? Don't you have like 50 lawsuits? Aren't you suing your advertisers who you said fuck you to?
Certificates. He testified in the U.S. court-martial.
There is a big pain and suffering inside of me after I heard of the sentencing. We hear from the news and from old stories that there is justice in America, but we only see the justice in stories.
Haditha is part of the reason Iraqis insisted that American soldiers couldn't stay in the country if they couldn't be prosecuted here for crimes.
Mm-hmm.
This government advisor says he was encouraged the case went to trial, but shocked at the outcome.
It's not enough for us.
Yeah, and remember, the Bush administration said that these killings and other abuses that were taking place were isolated incidents, that these were not indicative of U.S. policy. Because remember, it's always just a few bad apples, and it's not the policy of the state. It's not baked into our very system and how we operate. It's always just some bad apples who went rogue.
You know, the size of the crime is very huge. For us, we don't believe that there is a good evaluation or assessment for all the crime itself or the case itself.
And in the streets of Baghdad, where American soldiers had ultimate power after the invasion, many Iraqis say this isn't over yet.
This is not enough for us. The size of the crime is very huge, and we don't believe there was a good evaluation or assessment. 3 months is not enough punishment for those people.
Many are calling on the government to seek justice in other courts. Even for Iraqis used to the horror of war, the way this trial ended was a shock. with charges that went from murder to manslaughter to dereliction of duty. It's not just the families in Haditha that are affected. For many Iraqis, this is another chapter in the story of terrible misdeeds gone unpunished that will live on for generations. Jane Araf, Al Jazeera, Baghdad.
How do we pressure Harris into actually doing something and making that call to withhold aid? Still no hope for Genocide Joe for the duration of his term. Honestly, make her feel like she, I mean, okay. The best way is to threaten to withhold your vote. I mean, if the Harris administration comes to if the Harris campaign comes to the political calculation that they are simply going to lose too many votes if they do not establish any policy in regards to, arming Israel, she has to feel the pressure that's actually likely she'll lose if she doesn't do something precisely. And right now, the political calculation that they've made is that they're fine, is that they don't have to change tune and meet the demands of the uncommitted movement. So as much as I want to say like, oh, well, just keep saying like, we're going to apply pressure. If you don't have the leverage of something like your vote, which is what we have in an election, then it makes it very hard to have anything to move the needle. And I think that continuing to interrupt her appearances, for sure, that's all part of it, right? That's all part of it. Like this, doing this shit too. I mean, this isn't Harris, but this was another Nancy Pelosi event where Nancy Pelosi is promoting her book about how she's like about power. It's literally the fucking irony. Nancy's book about power.
You always had the power. You had the power to end all the interventions. Please sit down. Everything that's happening. Do you see the same thing
Yeah.
that I
The Art of Power. The Art of Power by Nancy Pelosi.
see on my phone every day? Children with limbs blown off.
Yeah. So continuing to interrupt their rallies and their appearances and all that is good, and I support that. But really, the most leverage is your vote. And it's why I've tried to explain that, like, I think we have to stop trying to kid ourselves that one, come January, once we've won the election, once Democrats have won the election, then we can get to work on it. Okay, that's bullshit. Like, that's not how things work. And two, that if Kamala believes that she will, if she has these votes, regardless from people saying, well, I'm going to keep pressuring her, but I've already clearly decided I'm going to vote for her, like, that doesn't do anything either. But again, uncommitted and saying that you will not vote for Kamala until she, at the very minimum, like, conditions aid is also not a guarantee, but in my opinion, it's the strongest leverage that you have in getting a Kamala administration to do something like that. It's all we have at the peaceful level. Next up is riots and none. I mean, that's as far as like options when it comes to the electoral process. you know.
These are pictures. The U.S.
Why are you even so focused on the presidency? That is a stupid question. Also, I'm clearly covering things that are not just electoral politics. I actually cover a lot of things that are not electoral politics. But also, we have an election in like 70 days. And we are currently supporting a genocide. Okay. What is it that you're obsessed with? Would you want to talk about whatever it is that you think is really important? Tell the class. Tell the class what it is. All right, this is a quick video by TRT that shows the parallels between the torture and abuse of Iraqi civilians and the torture and abuse of Palestinians, and is a good reminder as to why the U.S. does not condemn Israeli policy and continues to support it, because that is what we also do on a much larger scale.
These are pictures the U.S. military and administration didn't want you to see, but thanks to journalists, they have seen the light of day. Do they remind you of anything? Yes, shameful history seems to be repeating itself. Of the latest and most brutal Israeli attacks on Palestinians, the outrageous behavior of...
You want to know what one difference is? And maybe I'm misremembering, but also because a lot of the war crimes that were committed during the Iraq War happened during a time when social media was not what it is today. But Israeli soldiers simply cannot stop posting on places like TikTok their war crimes. They cannot stop posting things like themselves in lingerie after they've murdered the inhabitants of the of the apartment building that they just razed to the ground in Gaza. Like they simply cannot stop. They simply cannot stop. And it's I think it speaks to, one, how sick-minded they are, and that it's the type of thing you simply cannot fix by having a nice conversation. And two, because they have operated with such immunity, and they are supported by the state of Israel, that is supported by the United States of America. And so why would they think for one moment, ooh, maybe I shouldn't post this because this could have a detrimental effect on my, on my own self, and also on my country that I'm serving. It's insane how confident and entitled they are, and why wouldn't they feel like that if the U.S. gives them cover no matter what? Yes, I mean, considering that it is very, very rare that members of the military are held criminally responsible for their actions. It's very, very, very rare. And so they just keep doing this stuff and posting this stuff because they're sick fucks and because they don't face any consequences for it.
Israeli soldiers towards Palestinian prisoners has come into focus, which is increasingly reminiscent of the behavior of certain American soldiers during the invasion of Iraq. This is why the media around the world are asking, is Israel creating its own Abu Ghraib prisons? Abu Ghraib was known for torture since the era of Saddam Hussein, but after the US invasion of Iraq, it was turned into a US detention center for Iraqis. According to a 2004 report by the Red Cross, approximately 70 to 90% of people were brought to prison by mistake, and among them were many women and children.
Oh, you mean exactly like in the Israeli prisons where almost 10,000 civilians are being detained via administrative detention, so they are being held without charge. that they are just regular civilians without any ties to militant groups.
In January 2004, U.S. military police officer Joseph Darby, later called a whistleblower, exposed military investigators the sickening photos of the abuse of Iraqi prisoners at Abu Ghraib. In April of the same year, the CBS News got hold of the photos, and then all their brutality came to light. The violence, which included beatings, sexual abuse and humiliation, took place in the period from October to December 2003, and one official beating of a prisoner to death was also...
So the picture of the man in the hood that you saw there is one of the most famous photos. It's internationally famous. It's known as the Hooded Man. And it even made it onto the cover of The Economist. It is representative of the Iraq War and a symbol of the torture that took place at Abu Ghraib. It was on The Economist. It was on The New Yorker. It was in the New York Times first section. Like, it was everywhere. And the story goes that the man under the hood was initially reported as Ali Shalal al-Qaisi. He was detained for several months between 2003 and 2004, where he was tortured by U.S. forces. Ali was later released on a highway away from Abu Ghraib without being charged with a crime. In his description of the photograph scene, he states that he was standing on a rigid and not breakable box while he received electrical shocks via the wires tied to his hands. I remember biting my tongue, my eyes feeling like they were about to pop out. I started bleeding from under the mask and I fell down. He said he had only recently been given a blanket after remaining naked for days. But then what happened is the identity was later challenged by the online magazine Salon.com after an examination of 280 Abu Ghraib photos it had been setting for weeks on end. And in an interview with the official of the Army's Criminal Investigation Command following the challenge, the New York Times said it would investigate the case. Finally, they reported that Qaisi acknowledged he is not the man in the specific photograph, though him and his lawyers say that while being shocked with wires, he was photographed in a similar position. During a phone, so it's like, oh, they were just doing this to multiple people. During a phone conversation with the New York Times, al-Qaisi said, "I know one thing. I wore that blanket, I stood on that box, and I was wired up and electrocuted." The real identity of the hooded man was later reported to be Abdu Hussein Saad Fala, nicknamed Gilligan. The man was not recognized by tribal leaders or the manager of a brick factory located at the address indicated in prison records. It was noted that detainees often assume false identities during their time in custody. So, what's crazy about that is that it's like, oh, this photo that was iconic, as a portrayal of the system of torture of Iraqi detainees was something that seemed to happen to multiple people. It's just that this was the one picture that was taken and that was disseminated and put on the cover of many major publications in the States.
Recorded. 11 U.S. soldiers were convicted of involvement in crimes, while many others were merely reprimanded. And now you're probably wondering what this case has to do with Israel's ongoing war in Palestine. Well, a little less than 2 weeks ago, a video of Israeli soldiers sexually assaulting a Palestinian prisoner was leaked to the public. And that's just the first published recording. How many other cases like this were there that we don't know?
Okay, dude. Dr. Mikey D, it's funny that you're saying I'm vote shaming. I'm not vote shaming. I've said repeatedly, vote how you're going to vote. I'm never going to get on here and tell anybody how to fucking vote. But do you recognize that you are being hypocritical in saying that I'm vote shaming, but also being like, either vote for Harris or get ready for Trump? What is so hard for you to get? You're the one who's going nutso here. I agree about Palestine, but what in the hell do you think Trump will do? Don't vote and see. Jesus, are people really this stupid? beg you to vote, act like a spoiled damn 2-year-old. I'm not dumb enough to act like a spoiled 2-year-old and hold my vote until Kamala is exactly what I want. So do not vote for Kamala and see what Trump will do. Wake up. You need to fucking chill. You need to fucking take a chill pill. Why is it that I'm not allowed to talk about the crimes of the United States of America without you going fucking nuts? Chill. Vote how you want to vote. Vote how you want to vote, how you're going to vote. All I am saying is that factually and objectively, we have to understand and acknowledge that this is what our foreign policy is. This is why this is our foreign policy, and why Kamala Harris is not going to be different from Joe Biden. Maybe I'll be proved wrong. I'd love to be proved wrong, but I am just simply presenting history and facts when talking about things. I have also talked about how dangerous Donald Trump is. I have talked about how bad Project 2025 is. Everybody fucking knows that Donald Trump is a monster. You are acting so purposefully obtuse, though, that you are repeating this same bullshit liberal line, which purports that none of us think that Trump is bad, that none of us think that Trump is bad on Palestine, which, yes, we know, but you refuse to acknowledge that the current administration and Kamala, if she wins and becomes the next administration, is committing a genocide and will continue to do so. That's just facts. Can you acknowledge that? So who do you think is going to be president? I don't know. Let me look into my crystal ball, dude. Bro. Joe Biden. Yeah, Joe Biden is going to be president in 2024. If we can't strategically pressure our politicians, what's the fucking point of democracy? You know, it's because people have different ideas of what democracy is. And that's what the problem is here. And that's why there's this happening. And for anybody who's like, hey, here's leverage that you have if you want changes. You can threaten to withhold your vote. You can, whatever, X, Y, and Z. People who don't think that that's how democracy should work or does, or, you know, think that that's good, will tell you not to do that. And there will always be this big bad, right? There's always going to be the Donald Trump, okay? Even when Donald Trump is dead, or if he, you know, whatever, close enough to dead, there is going to be that big, scary boogeyman that Democrats will keep pointing to and use as the messaging and reasoning as to why you have to vote for them, vote against them. This is the big, scary boogeyman. And liberals will continue to support them unequivocally and without any demands and without trying to use any leverage that they have to achieve things that they might want by repeating that line of, well, you know, look how bad is this, you know, you really want this guy? Lesser of two evils. Well, vote. Okay. All right, Mikey. Thank you. Why don't you stream? Mikey, why don't you stream? And your entire stream can be dedicated simply towards telling people to vote. How about that? If that is the most important thing to you, if voting and winning, if voting to win is what you think democracy is, if this is how you think that our politics, our political system should work, then great. That's your message. Go spread that message. I want more for us. I don't think that voting is the pinnacle of our responsibilities and also is at all sufficient to meet our demands and to push progress in this country. But that's just me, and this is my stream, so that's what I'm talking about here. Chatter convinced me to vote for RFK. Okay. Anyway, Democrats winning doesn't stop a genocide. I just want to point that out. All right. And as I have said repeatedly, vote for who you're going to vote. I am not here to like explicitly tell you who to vote for or who to not vote for. Okay. All right. I just want us to reckon with certain truths and realities and acknowledge those things.
Know about. Other Palestinian survivors have shared their brutal experiences in Israeli prisons. But as in the case of Abu Ghraib, many survivors are...
Oh, speaking of Jank, I was on the phone with my mom today, and she was like, you know who Aunt Liz thinks that she saw and was staying at her hotel? I was like, who? She goes, what's his name again? Kank? I went, okay, that sounds like a slur. That sounds almost like a slur. I said, Uncle Jank? Is that who Aunt Liz saw? So apparently my Aunt Liz saw Uncle Jank, and I think they were at the same hotel. And that was the exciting news that my mom had. As a Turk, I give you a pass on that one. Kank Yugger.
are not ready to speak publicly due to fear.
جندي ومجندات شلحوني عريانه وانا ما رضيتش اشلح، حكوا لي لا اشلحي غصب عنك وضربونا عشان اشلح، قلت لهم كيف اشلح؟ بده يطلع الجندي عشان انا اشلح، ما رضيتش، قالت ما الك فيه وظل واقف وشلحت غصب عني، يعني من الضرب اللي اكلته انا.
بضربوا الشباب، بكسروا القفص الصدري تبعهم، يعني ضرب مش طبيعي، بكسروا تكسير كلاب، بخلي الكلب يبول عليك ويوسخ عليك، فيش راح ما فيش راح.
And like, here's the thing, we hardly know the extent of the abuse in these Israeli prisons because, one, there's still a lot of Palestinian prisoners, hostages, should we say, 10,000 plus of them. And two, Israel has blocked so many organizations and journalism from fully reporting on these things. And so it's been, you know, it's been practically miraculous that human rights groups like Beat Salem have been able to report any of the torture that is happening. And thirdly, that Palestinians who have been released, a lot of them can't talk about what happened to them because they are so psychologically alongside physically damaged. Crockett 5050, thank you for the 8 months.
كانوا يجيبوا لنا فرقة كلاب، كانوا يجيبوا لنا غاز الفلفل، يرشوا علينا غاز الفلفل.
The issue I have with liberal, lesser evil voters who would vote for Hillary the second they're convinced the opponent is worse. There isn't a red line or an understanding that the value of democracy is that votes are leveraged to extract concessions from politicians. Right. Yeah. Like if there was, I mean, it's that meme that goes around like 100% Hitler or 99% Hitler, you know, like 99% Hitler and no questions asked. Also, I just want to say if someone is in here and they want to keep screaming at me about voting, first off, you need to donate 10 subs. Okay. How about this? If you want me to vote, we're going to start off with donate subs to the community and then we'll talk. Okay. This goes for any candidates. I can be bought and I can be sold. Dragon Army. Thank you for the 10. Who would you like me to vote for? You can throw them out there. RFK Jr. Whoever. Name anybody. Oh, shit. Anonymous. Thank you so much for the 10. Oh, my gosh. Okay, now it's going to be a battle between who I'm going to vote for. Red CXY, thank you for the 10 community subs. See, look how easily that works. Chatter, who was like yelling about the voting. That's all you have to do. See how easy it is? You want me to vote in the way you want me to vote? No questions asked? That's all you gotta do. Obscure Leftist, thank you so much for the 10 community subs. All right, my gifters, who am I voting for? Who do you want? I'm gonna vote 4 times, actually. I'm gonna vote, okay, Obscure Leftist, Red CXY, Anonymous, Dragon Army. I will vote 4 separate times. Can we make that chatter proof they've signed up to Phone Bank or Door Knock? I just want to know if they're serious about getting people out to vote. Take one guess. Okay, Anonymous wants The Rock for president. Anon wants The Rock. Yes. Let's go. Illegally voting. Uh-huh. Write in Jimmy Carter. Vote Cornel West. Can we discuss Jill Stein? You know what? I do want Jimmy Carter. Let's go. Let's get Jimmy Carter. One sub equals 1 vote. I'm going to choose a median candidate here. Let's go with Mayor Pete. Okay, that's 10 votes for Mayor Pete. Oh, Pete. What a fucker. Legit Salvage, thank you for the 10 community subs. Yeah, so this is how it goes in America, is that you can just buy votes. I vote for Kenny. Okay. Well, I'm going to stay true to my word. And Care Arist, thank you for the 3 community subs. 25 gifted subs, and I'm voting for Jill Stein. You go, Gerg. Thank you for the 20 months. Anyway, yeah, my vote is for sale 100%. Do we see how easily this works? So my diehard Kamala, vote for Kamala or die. You gotta start thinking with some green, you know? Start thinking green. And I don't mean Green New Deal, because Kamala doesn't care about the Green New Deal. I mean green as in cash. You feel me? Walking Dead Kenny specifically. God damn it. Kenny, who I can't get over calling Lee Urban. See, that was when I soured on camp. That was when it was all over. Cash is king. Yep, cash is king. I'm going to chirp at Hassan to do this too so people can stop yelling at him. We get through news faster. You know, I don't engage with chatters as much as he does. He likes to bring people into the public square and execute them. But this can be a fun way to... This can be a fun thing for all of us, you know? Hassan has a ton of subs and he makes a ton of money. He would make even more if he did something like this, where he's like, okay, chatter, you want me to do this? You want to talk about this? Give me 100 subs right now. He's making examples out of dumb chatters for nothing, you know? Yeah, and I'm sure he has a lot more people in his chat screaming at him to vote for Kamala Harris, and he should do this. He should be like, think with the green. He does it for free. Oh, God, he's so not a capitalist. D. Nelly, thank you for the 4 months. Anyway. Okay. Alrighty. Let's finish this and then we'll get to the we will get to the second thought video. Thank you for all the community subs, y'all.
Although Israeli officials refuse and even justify rape,
Yeah, the Palestinian, the Israeli soldier who raped the Palestinian prisoner, he's going on game shows now. Like, that's what's happening. He's going on game shows. He's not wearing a mask because he doesn't have to. A literal rapist who's being defended by members of his government and is like being propped up by the media and by game show hosts. He's a fucking celebrity. Yes.
and other brutal attacks trying to portray themselves as embodiment of democracy, accusations against them are increasing every day. And the reaction of representatives of the world's democratic superpowers to crimes is almost non-existent. That's why, by itself, the question arises, will a good part of the Israeli soldiers ultimately end up only with a reprimand? Time will tell.
Time will tell. Okay.
This episode,
we're going to watch this. I've been really into watching second thought videos recently. And by that, I mean we watched one a couple days ago. But anyway, this is Second Thoughts video. Are we the baddies? Which is a question that I think more and more people have asked themselves as they have mayhaps been introduced to American policies overseas, being that of death and destruction to civilians. And I think they're being introduced to it for the first time through the lens of Israel and Palestine.
And others like it are brought to you by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. Get some cool perks and help support the show by becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought. I also recently launched a new channel dedicated to the nuts and bolts of making a living as a creative. If that sounds like
Caroline, have you ever listened to Blowback? Yes, I have.
something you'd enjoy, you can check it out at the link below.
And I've been asked directly, would you do it again? If you give me the same circumstances, I would not hesitate.
According to Doctors Without Borders, its hospital in northern Afghanistan came under repeated direct attack on Saturday from a U.S. AC-130 gunship.
When a mistake occurs.
So is the international community completely powerless because the U.S. obviously they declare a lot of what Israel's done as being illegal and also being an apartheid state? Not completely powerless, but as far as like holding the most power over Israel, it's the U.S. But other countries, you know, they can pose their own sanctions. There are things that they can do, but having enough power to stop Israel, no.
The United States owns up to it, and we vow to get to the bottom of what exactly happened.
Tried to meddle in other countries' elections?
Oh, probably.
That's why tomorrow I'm going to send to Congress, help us build a world that is safer, more peaceful, more prosperous for our children and grandchildren.
Are we the baddies?
Are we the baddies?
Honestly, I could just leave it at that. Not great. Okay, friends, today we're going to tackle a big topic, and one that might make my fellow Americans a little uncomfortable if you haven't grappled with this stuff before. Before we begin, I'd like to offer a quick disclaimer, because I know I'm going to get a ton of misguided comments. I am not anti-American in the sense that most self-professed patriots would use the term. I love the land, I love my neighbors, and as a Texan, you better believe I love Whataburger. I am anti-American in the sense that I do not support the United States as a political project, a nation founded on genocide.
Whataburger? What burger? You know, not that great. I gotta be honest.
Theft and slavery has no right to exist. and certainly has no right to act as an occupying force all over the world, dictate trade agreements, fund proxy wars and death squads, foment coups, and generally act as a barrier to self-determination and genuine freedom. When people say things like, "You're not patriotic," I find it a little disingenuous, because what could be more patriotic than recognizing your country's flaws and working to build a better society? Anyway, this is a massive topic. There's no way I can even mention all the crimes the US has committed, so I'm gonna leave a bunch of resources in the description if you'd like to learn more. Originally, I was gonna keep this nice and organized and have a few—
I gotta say, I think one of the most brain dead loser things that you can do is not hold any space for criticism of the country that you live in. Why? Why? So you feel that if you allow any criticism or hold any criticism yourself, then what? It's so stupid. I know. Like, don't you think instead you should look at things like, oh, actually patriotism is holding your country accountable, is calling your country out for its crimes, and for highlighting the things that your country does that is bad?
few categories with one major example each, but there were just too many to pick from. So let's just dive in and take a brief
I mean, it's the same concept with criticizing politics in general, where it's like, yeah, I want things to be better, right? Like, I love these people, and I love, whatever. I want things to be better. Don't you?
Roll through the history of the U.S. empire. We'll start at the beginning, with the genocide of the Native Americans. When Europeans first laid eyes on what they called the New World, it's estimated there were around 15 million indigenous people living in North America. By the end of the 19th century, there were just 200,000. 14.8 million people were killed by these foreign invaders who, without any sense of self-awareness, considered the native population savages. Perhaps the most infamous period of the genocide is known today as the Trail of Tears, which lasted from 1830 to 1840. This project, initiated by President Andrew Jackson, a war criminal and slavery enthusiast, and approved by the United States Congress, had the explicit goal of removing Native Americans from the land the US was currently colonizing, and relocating them across the Mississippi. The problem was, most of these people didn't want to leave their homes. So, naturally, the US butchered as many as it took until the native population complied. The actual relocation process was incredibly dangerous, and thousands of people—
Yeah, so that's the thing with settler colonialism, is that you colonize with the specific intent on removing the indigenous populations from that area through whichever means necessary. So colonialism, is different from settler colonialism in like the specifics of what the goal of settler colonialism is, where you want to, it's not about like just exploiting the native population, it's eliminating the native population and removing them from those lands and setting up a whole new society. You see the video of the blonde American woman who was extremely excited to settle in Gaza? Oh yeah, the woman from Texas who, along with 60,000 other Americans, have settled in Palestinian lands. And they're like, honestly, I just think colonialism gets a bad rap. I mean, who are we to even say that kicking people off their lands through violent means is really that bad of a thing? I mean, we did that in the US. Was that bad? Answer, yes, it was. Yeah, and Palestine is not even an ethnicity. So it's not ethnic cleansing because Palestine is not an ethnicity. Ooh, that woman. I cannot say what I want to happen to that woman. But anyway, here's the thing. Her mindset, not singular, right? It's not just her who thinks that way. Every time you put a camera on a settler, on somebody who believes that they're actually doing a good thing here, right? Or they've pretending that they are to justify how evil they are. You just simply have to hit record and they will reveal how depraved they are. And they will use the same rhetoric that has been used for centuries when people did settler colonialism to indigenous populations. It's the same thing. It's the same fucking playbook. You call them savages. You say that they're barbaric. You use bullshit religion. You come in and say it's actually for their, it's actually for their own good and for our good and everybody's good. You pretend like they weren't really living there. You pretend that the land really needs your kind so that it can reach its full potential. You use all sorts of racist language and you use violent actions, and you find a way to justify it all by explicitly saying that you are supreme, that you can do this because you are of a group that is supreme, that has supremacy over these people.
Died of disease, starvation, or exposure to the elements. Of course, that was of no consequence to the US government. They had achieved their goal: vast new swaths of land to colonize and turn into farmland to be worked by an army of slaves. This is just one short 10-year period in the history of the genocide of Native Americans, but it's indicative of the cruelty and calculated inhumanity that underpins the American project. Find land or resources you want, kill the locals, and maximize profits by making use of slave labor. I've left a number of books on this genocide in the description, and I highly recommend my American viewers take a look. What we're taught in school does not reflect the magnitude of the crimes our country committed.
Yeah. Here's the thing, too. Okay, I said this earlier. Why would we expect the U.S. government to criticize the racist practices of Israel, to explicitly talk about how Zionism, which led to the founding of Israel, is a racist settler colonial project, when that is how the United States came to be? The U.S. has never even really confronted our own history of genocide and ethnic cleansing. And let me give you an example. There has never been a standalone resolution that is an official apology to the native populations that we ethnically cleansed and stole their lands. The only apology that has ever been issued was in 2009, and Barack Obama fit in one page on the 67-page Defense Appropriations Act. So, the defense spending bill, if you go to page 45 of the 2010 defense spending bill, there is one section that is an apology to the native peoples of the United States. But within that apology, one, it doesn't cite the government as responsible. No, it says on behalf of the people. So we, the American people. So the government has no responsibility. And the reason they do that is because they go on to make it clear that they do not admit liability. So any of the lawsuits that are ongoing against the U.S. government by indigenous tribes, that apology, which is a shitty apology, the government made it clear but this is not us saying that we're liable. So this can't be used in court to help you with your lawsuit against us. The U.S. government made 300 treaties with Native Americans. They broke every single one of them, is what I remember from the museum under the arch in St. Louis. YouTuber apology level shit. Like, we're so sorry that happened to you, but also that was not us. It just happened, and we're really sorry that that happened, but you can't sue us because it really wasn't us, but we're sorry that it happened to you. And the other shitty thing is, like, this apology was not publicized or read publicly by either the White House or Congress. And most Americans, I assure you, don't even know that this exists. And the people who this apology was for, they themselves have been like, this is shit. Like, the Navajo Nation specifically went, this is nonsensical. What the fuck is this? Like, this is all we get. All we get after all this time. This is what we get. If you have time or interested, watch the Kevin Rudd apology video of 2008, then look at the policies he put in place after that are still currently running. Just last month, they issued another curfew for Indigenous Australian children because of crime. Oh, interesting. I have not seen that before. I now demand a presidential rendition of Toxic Gossip Train. Yeah. So that's just a good idea of, like, just, you know, one, there are obvious parallels between things like the Nakba and the Trail of Tears, just the U.S.'s overall treatment of Native Americans in this country, and our history of genocide and ethnic cleansing and all sorts of violence and our justification for it, and how that parallels what Israel has done to Palestinians, of how Israel only came to be through settler colonialism. It, like, the founding of Israel relied upon kicking out over 750,000 Palestinians from their historic lands, where they had been for generations, kicking them out of their homes, off their lands, murdering them, stealing their shit, never letting them return. And then 20 years after the fact, occupying the rest of their lands and never giving up that occupation, because that is all part of the Zionist project, which is to fully colonize historic Palestine, which is to have as few Palestinians as possible on these lands that Israel has laid claim to. Like, it's not complicated. This has nothing to do with religion. We know it's about land. When you recognize that this is about land, it makes sense. Okay. You go, oh, this is about land, just like all this other shit is, right? It's about resources. It's about land. So I think, like, obviously, like, what happened to Native Americans and things like, you know, something like the Trail of Tears, it's not a complete one-to-one with what happened to Palestinians, but understanding those parallels and understanding settler colonialism in a context outside of what happened and is happening to Palestinians, I think can help people to recognize how this is an age-old thing, right? Like, this is not something, like, settler colonialism is not something that Israel created, and is certainly, like, Israel is certainly not the last state who will be guilty of doing this. And I think it helps to understand that, like, oh, because settler colonialism was something that had already existed for a very long time, Israel looked at European colonialism. They looked at these other examples where one group came in and kicked out another group and took their lands and went, oh, that is what we can do and we will do. Yep, in the same way that Zionists claim they want to eradicate Hamas ideology, but not the Palestinian people. We had killed the Indians, saved the man. Yes, so much of the rhetoric is the same, right? Because you got to dehumanize this population. You got to say, oh, they want to kill us because they hate us, because they're racist. And you had a lot of Protestants who used religion as an excuse for why they had to kill all the natives. They're like, they are savages. They are savages and they're going to kill us because we're Protestant. It's always, we must do to them first what we fear they'll do to us. Yes. And other parallels that I want to point out. One thing that people often say, okay, well, fine, I support Palestine, but we can't just free them because they're going to kill Israelis. If it's true what you say, that Israel has committed all these crimes against Palestinians and, you know, done all these terrible things, well, then Palestinians are just going to turn around and murder them. So what do you want us to do? Do you know that they've said that with every instance of occupation and colonialism and enslaving people? Thomas Jefferson, who was such a paradox, because on the one hand, he's like, slavery is morally wrong. Slavery is this terrible thing, and I can't believe we do it. But also, I have 200 slaves, and I can't just get rid of them. And also, we can't just like end slavery immediately. If we're going to end slavery, it's got to be over time, because slaves can't be independent. And they're also going to kill all the slavers, because why wouldn't you, right? Like, why as a slave would you not kill all the slavers? So Jefferson used a lot of the same excuses, while also purporting to be morally against slavery. And like, when, you know, with legislation, he would be like, yeah, we gotta, you know, we gotta kind of work on the slavery thing. But it's the same excuses now of, oh, well, we can't free Palestinians. We can't have them all live in the same area because they'll murder Israelis. And again, it's the whole, well, that's what we did to them, so they're going to do this to us, or they're going to do this to us, so we have to do it to them before they do it to us. Yeah, so morally opposing it, but logically going, well, we have to, we just, you know, we can't do this right away, or we can't do it like this. Jefferson also said this is going to kill the economy because we no longer have this labor force. We no longer have this free labor force. So it's going to kill like the agricultural sector of our economy because we no longer have slaves who are working in the fields. White people in the southern states said the same thing. We can't free black people. They will kill us all. Yes. So that's why, like, looking at examples from history that parallel the Israeli occupation and apartheid and genocide of the Palestinian people can help you to see clearly what Israel is doing and why it is bad and why it is morally wrong. And one other parallel. So Israel's whole thing is that they always paint themselves as defending themselves. You know, it's the whole David versus Goliath. In 1948, we were brutally attacked by the Arab states. We were outnumbered. No, they weren't. And we rose up against the Goliath and we won. And in 1967, well, yeah, we attacked Egypt, but it's because Egypt was planning to attack us. So again, we were self-defending. It's always the line of self-defense. And it's why it's laughable, but the IDF is labeled as such, the Israel Defense Forces. And it's why we call the IDF the IOF, the Israeli Occupation Forces. But the IDF is the Israeli Defense Forces because it hammers in this image of Israel always defending itself. You want to know who also called themselves the Defense Forces? Apartheid South Africa's military. They were the South Africa Defense Forces. Same shit, where they're like, well, surely we are not committing offenses because we're the defense forces. We are here to defend. That is what we are doing. So every time we do violent, horrible things, it's because we are defending.
Americans participated in the eradication of the bison specifically to starve the indigenous peoples. They attacked villages and butchered men, women, and children to universal praise. They did everything they could to make the native people who were just trying to exist seem like evil monsters bent on destroying the American project. There's a reason Hitler had such admiration for this period in American history, but we'll get to that later. For now, let's move on to some good old-fashioned war crimes. The United States is an exceptionally warlike nation. In the 247 years since its inception, the US has been at war for all but 17 of them. The country sees itself as the world police, the shining city on a hill that has the moral responsibility to enforce our conception of society on—
FYI, the United States has invaded more countries, launched more coups. We've propped up more dictators, trained more terrorist organizations, groups, than any other empire in history. We spend $1 trillion, almost $1 trillion a year on our military. We have our current Democratic candidate for president saying, you know, we will have the most lethal military in the world. We have the most lethal military in the world. It's not even close. We spend more on our military than the next 10 countries combined.
On everyone else. This country talks a big game about the importance of freedom and the right to self-determination. But the United States has never once embodied those values. One early example is the Philippine-American War. At the end of the Spanish-American War, the United States annexed the Philippines. The island nation didn't want that, and declared independence. The United States, a country halfway around the world, said too bad. By the US State Department's own admission, the resulting war killed some 20,000 Filipino combatants and over 200,000 civilians, with some estimates going as high as 1 million people. The US military was brutal, engaging in scorched earth tactics and forcing
Yeah, so remember, the US cut a deal with Spain, and Spain sold the Philippines for $20 million. And then in addition, we also took the territories of Puerto Rico, Guam, and Cuba. So the whole idea is this, like, powerful empires get to buy and sell other nations, other countries, other, you know, populations of people. And it's just whoever's the most powerful gets it.
Tens of thousands into concentration camps, where thousands of civilians died in unspeakable conditions. Once again, all this because the US saw something it wanted and chose not to recognize the rights and desires of the people who lived there. Let's fast forward a little bit. Less than 50 years after the massacre in the Philippines, another island nation was ready to surrender to the Allied powers. At the very end of World War II, Japan was thoroughly beaten. But even though the Allies were just beginning to celebrate victory, the United States had already set its sights on a new geopolitical and economic rival. The Soviet Union had grown from a pre-industrial backwater to the second most powerful nation on Earth in less than 50 years, and the US didn't want them to get any ideas. So on the 6th and 9th of August 1945, the United States dropped nuclear bombs on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, vaporizing over 200,000 civilians.
Yeah, and this was after we had firebombed Japanese cities that did not include Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And the reason that we didn't firebomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki is because we were going to experiment with a new type of weapon, the atomic bomb. And in all of history, the United States still remains the only state to have ever dropped an atomic bomb over a city. And it was a way for us to demonstrate, hey, guess what? We're here now. We are officially cementing ourselves as the most powerful entity. Look at what we have. Look at our military power. Look at our nuclear strength. And we knew that they were going to surrender within. Yes, no. We absolutely. It had nothing to do with getting Japan to surrender. And that's like, I think that's something that is a fact that more people have learned over the years. I think a lot of people maybe grew up thinking, oh, the U.S. dropped the atomic bomb because it was the only option. Japan was not going to surrender, blah, blah, blah. So we had to drop the atomic bomb. And then you learn that actually that wasn't the story. And there was a different reason for dropping atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In school, it's taught as a necessity, that it was necessary. Sean has a great video on the topic of how we didn't need to use our nukes. It's 3 hours and very thorough. Sean DeBlack? And then Japan did submit its surrender and they still dropped the second one. Yep. No, just Sean. Wait, who's Sean? No, just Sean. Sean Vids. Sean Vids? Sean Vids. Shaun of the Dead. Oh, okay. I didn't know who this was. You guys are always teaching me, YouTubers, content creators. You've seen them on Twitter, likely? Likely. Yes. I am on that hell site a lot. Pika342, thank you for the 14 months. D. Nelly, thank you for the 4 months. Video essayist on YouTube. His content is pretty good. So he has a 3-hour video on this exact topic.
Attempt to justify the bombing.
This is okay, yeah. I just want to see what it is.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, it's only 2 hours and 20 minutes. Dropping the bomb, Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Saying that it saved countless lives by ending the war. But this is misguided at best and an outright lie at worst. Japan was ready to surrender. This is an established fact. But perhaps more damning than that is the fact that Hiroshima and Nagasaki were chosen not because they were military targets, but because they were population centers. And what better way to scare a geopolitical rival than to say, we're willing to kill this many civilians in an instant to get what we want? The United States remains the only nation on Earth to have used nuclear weapons against other human beings. And we did it twice, on civilians, on purpose. Continuing along the bloody path of US history, we get to the Cold War, a period of about 50 years where the US, desperate to maintain its newfound post-war dominance, really ramped up their imperialist tendencies. According to a report by the New York Times, the United States launched at least 81 overt or covert interventions between 1946 and 2000. Latin America was of particular interest, and saw regime change projects in Nicaragua, Honduras, Panama, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic.
Oh yeah, so we've talked about this a lot recently as it pertains to the immigration crisis and how just how awesome it is that we, the country who's responsible for so much of this destabilization and economic collapse and violent conditions, think that we also have the right to treat cruelly the people who have fled these countries over the decades, and how here in America we villainize, and our border policies are that of deterrence. Don't come here. Don't come here. We're gonna make it really, really hard for you to come here, even though for decades we have intervened in your countries and have caused a lot of these problems.
Then you had the 1953 CIA-backed coup in Iran, which deposed the left-leaning, democratically elected President Mossadegh and reinstalled the despotic Shah of Iran. As we'll see shortly, the CIA becomes especially vital to US meddling in this period. Another one of their pet projects was trying to assassinate Fidel Castro, the revolutionary leader of Cuba. They made at least 668 attempts to eliminate the beloved leader.
What the hell?
Trying everything from poison to gunmen to Looney Tunes-style exploding cigars. Despite the CIA's best efforts, Castro lived a long, healthy life, finally passing away in 2016. For anyone unfamiliar with the story of the Cuban Revolution and their efforts at resisting US imperialism, I highly recommend you check out Season 2 of Blowback. It's a fantastic podcast.
Blowback, shout out!
Perhaps the most infamous US intervention of the era was the 1973 coup in Chile. In early September 1970, the people of Chile elected the democratic socialist Salvador Allende as president. Allende was by all accounts a good man. He recognized what life was like for the masses, and enacted sweeping reforms to raise the standard of living for average Chileans. This included nationalizing some of their industry, particularly in mining. The United States and the late Henry Kissinger didn't like that. A few months before the election, he had said, quote, "I don't see why we need to stand idly by and watch a country go communist due to the irresponsibility of its own people." This was the empire's philosophy in a nutshell. The United States has the right to interfere wherever it wants to secure its interests. And that's just what they did in Chile. Not even a week after Allende was elected, Kissinger had concocted a plan with the CIA.
Yo, everyone. Yo. What's up? What's up, Cutie Raid? How y'all doing? We're halfway through this video. Are we the baddies? Are we the baddies? Where we're just talking about things that, America has done. It's casual, not a big deal. Yeah, so here you go, Raiders. I will tell y'all, and this is for my chat too. I think, let's see, did I get through? Where are we at? 325. We're gonna finish this, and then I know that I promised finishing The Walking Dead. Yeah. I'm on chapter 5 of The Walking Dead because I'm flying out early to Montana tomorrow. And The Walking Dead's probably going to take me, 2 hours? So, yeah, we're going to finish Are We the Baddies? And then I'll probably wrap up the news there. So it's a long chapter. Fuck. How long is it? Is it more than 2 hours? Anyone know? Confirmation? It is the finale. You can do it in 2. Okay, then that should be good. That's fine. Yeah, we're good. All right, let's let's finish this video on Are We the Baddies, and then we'll get to that.
To destabilize and overthrow the Chilean government. On September.
I always love when I get a raid. The good thing is with Cutie. I love when I get a raid. I'm covering something like this. But the good thing is that it's Cutie's community. So they know who I am. People know if they're like, no, I hate this shit. I'm not interested. I'm peacing out. The worst is when I'll get a raid from a streamer where I'm like, oh no, their community, no. Their community doesn't know me. I don't know their community. Cutie's community has already been radicalized by her. True.
September 11th, 1973, the presidential palace was bombed, seized, and after delivering a brief speech full of hope for the future of Chile, Allende took his own life rather than be captured. Here's what he said: "Workers of my country, I have faith in Chile and its destiny. Other men will overcome this dark and bitter moment when treason seeks to prevail. Go forward knowing that sooner rather than later, the great avenues will open again and free men will walk through them to construct a better society. Long live Chile, long live the people, long live the workers." The fascist general Augusto Pinochet, backed by the US government, assumed control of the country, imprisoning, torturing, disappearing, and murdering.
So this is what the US backed, okay? Pinochet, who killed so many, truly, tens of thousands, so many people in Chile. Also, I think there's a movie that came out. Wasn't it El Conde that came out last year? El Conde, yeah. which features Augusto Pinochet as a vampire. It's a black and white film that was on Netflix. Maybe it's still on Netflix, but it kind of reimagines Pinochet as a vampire who's ready to die. He's lived for over 2 centuries and has killed so many people and is like, you know what? I'm tired. But those around him won't let him go without one final bite.
Murdering tens of thousands of Chileans. This reign of terror would go on for 17 years. But the outright violence was only part of the master plan. Shortly after the coup, Pinochet invited none other than Milton Friedman, along with a bunch of Chicago school lackeys, to devise a new economic agenda for the country. And so Chile became the guinea pig for laissez-faire, libertarian free market policy, leading inevitably to economic collapse in 1982. But sometimes, rigging elections and deposing democratically elected leaders just isn't enough. Sometimes, the US decides to secure its interest by fighting, funding, or otherwise enabling devastating proxy wars. As with the aforementioned interventions, the Cold War was the primary factor driving US involvement in places.
Yeah, and also, like, when you look at the difference between the 50s, like how JFK's administration was doing US interventionism versus like Ronald Reagan in the 80s, it's not that it was happening less, it's just the methods with which it was being done. So we moved from US operations being more overt to US operations being more covert, more hidden. You know, the American public wasn't aware of all of our military activities in other countries because the public, again, when the public learns of things like, oh, we've spent all this money over, in another country and have propped up a murderous dictator, and we did that not to like save people in that country, but to fulfill our own interests. And it ended up resulting in the deaths of like 100,000 civilians. The public goes, ooh, I don't like that. Wait, this doesn't seem good. And as the general opinion in the public had started to shift from the in between the administrations of Kennedy to Reagan, the United States realized, okay, we have to conduct our operations a little more in the dark here.
Like Vietnam and Korea. We were desperate not to let communism
officially the reason was supporting democracy and fighting communism
be seen as a viable economic alternative to capitalism, and it was starting to catch on. So the US did what it does best: butcher civilians in the name of maintaining its dominance. US activity in Vietnam cost some 365,000 civilian lives. Massacres, the burning of entire villages, indiscriminate bombing, the use of napalm, white phosphorus, and millions of gallons of chemical weapons that to this day cause birth defects in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. In Korea, what's often referred to as the Forgotten War here in the United States, the US killed between 2 and 3 million civilians. The North lost a full 20% of its population. So it shouldn't come as a surprise that Korea is the Forgotten War. It's not that we've forgotten, it's that our government doesn't like to remind us that they slaughtered millions of people just so capitalism wouldn't have to contend with an economic challenger. If you'd like to learn more about the Korean War, check out Blowback Season 4. And
and by the way, there are still birth defects in places like Vietnam where we deployed these chemical weapons, permanently poisoning environments and leading to there still being birth defects all of these decades later.
These are just two of the more well-known proxy conflicts during the Cold War. But there were many, many more, and they remain a favorite tool of the US empire to this day. But we can't talk about war crimes and civilian casualties without talking about the Iraq War. Today,
I've pissed on Kissinger's face in a urinal of a Cambodian bar. That is fucking awesome. They should have Henry Kissinger's face in every urinal in every country that he is responsible for the deaths of countless civilians, for coming in and just causing so much destruction with his foreign policy. They should truly, you should be able to take a shit on his face. There should be toilet paper that you wipe your ass with Henry Kissinger's face. It's a lot of countries.
20 years after the start of the so-called War on Terror, it's no longer controversial to say that the Iraq War was started based on a lie. This is a well-established fact. Anyone who tries to say otherwise is either in complete denial or is acting in bad faith. For the younger viewers in the audience, the United States made a big show of saying they had proof Iraq possessed weapons of mass destruction. They did not. And so, based on false testimonies that served the interests of empire, the United States invaded Iraq and occupied it for years. What was once a vibrant, thriving nation was obliterated in what were called shock and awe campaigns. The US military targeted communications, electricity, vital infrastructure such as roads, bridges, and water treatment facilities. Anything they could do to inflict maximum suffering. Over the course of the war, the US killed at least 1 million Iraqis.
Yeah, by the way, the US thought this was going to be a short victory. They thought they were going to go into Iraq and just complete their goals quickly. And they did not expect to meet the resistance that they did. And
beyond the evil of starting the war under false pretenses was the even more unspeakable evil of Abu Ghraib. This secret prison was operated by US personnel who engaged in torture, sexual assault, and other war crimes. I can't even show the unblurred images here, but I'm sure you recognize some of them just from the silhouette. That's how infamous this prison was. As with everything else in this video,
yeah, they thought they would
there
be
are links
greeted
in
as
the description to
liberators.
learn more. And of course, Blowback has a season on the Iraq War as well. Heck, at this point I've mentioned almost every season, just go listen to all of them, they're great. Before this video gets too long, it's important we also address one of the crimes the US is currently committing. Over the last few months, the Israeli occupation has drastically ramped up its genocide of the Palestinian people, using a surprise attack by the Palestinian resistance as justification. To be clear, this violence did not start on October 7th. The Palestinian people have been subjected to brutal colonial cruelty for the past 75 years. It's not a complex issue. If you don't feel confident enough to take a position yet, that's perfectly fine. I would just ask that you educate yourself on the subject, because this is one of those issues where people decades from now will look back and say, how did decent people watch this happen and do nothing? I'd recommend you start with Ilan Pappé's book, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. He's an Israeli historian, so there can't be any accusations of pro-Palestinian bias there. Just be warned, it's a harrowing read. So, how does the US fit into this? Well, Israel is a client state of the US. It serves as a vital geopolitical foothold in the region. That's literally the only reason the US cares about Israel, regardless of how elected officials try to sell it. Don't believe me? Here's current President...
Here's what I'll say to that. The like bottom line of US foreign policy, absolutely. Are there individual politicians who, especially like a Mike Johnson, who's in a position of power and is a Zionist because he is an evangelical Christian who believes in religion Zionism because of him thinking that will bring about the second coming of Christ? So there are individual politicians who support Israel for other reasons. But yes, bottom line, why the U.S. supports Israel is because of its geopolitical position and how we advance and protect our interests using Israel.
Joe Biden back in 1986.
There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
The US provides Israel with funding, weapons, ammunition, equipment for their missile defense system, and most importantly,
Took me a second to find what Rumsfeld said about the Iraq invasion, 5 days or 5 weeks or 5 months, but it certainly isn't going to last any longer than that. It won't be a World War III. They said the same thing about Afghanistan. Yep.
Conditional support for their genocidal project. Elected officials are very nearly unanimous in their defense of the apartheid regime, including one-time progressive champion Bernie Sanders. US media uncritically repeats Israeli propaganda 24/7, despite all of it being debunked, including by intergovernmental bodies like the UN and humanitarian groups like Doctors Without Borders. Just a few weeks ago, the UN voted on a resolution to demand an immediate ceasefire. Of the 193 member states, only 10 voted against the resolution, among them the United States. Many people, myself included, believe that this unconscionable backing of the most explicit genocide in modern history will be the nail in the coffin of US legitimacy abroad. No country on earth beyond our Western European vassals will ever again believe a word the US says about freedom, democracy, human rights, or self-determination. The only difference between the United States and Israel is that the genocide of Native Americans was almost absolute, and Israel hasn't achieved that goal yet. There's a reason Hitler spoke so highly of US colonization efforts. It was complete extermination. And I guarantee you the same arguments we're hearing today from defenders of the Israeli genocide of Palestinians were used to justify the atrocities committed in North America. Just about everyone agrees that what the European colonizers did to the Native Americans was wrong. And now, a couple hundred years later, we're doing land.
Yeah, also, specifically, Theodor Herzl, the father of modern Zionism, he looked at British colonialism in India and went, oh, that's a great example. Like, they looked at European colonialism as a way to as a way to like formulate their plan for creating the state of Israel. Yes. Looking at other examples of European colonialism to base their colonialist project on that.
Acknowledgements and pretending it was always unanimous that the genocide was bad. The same thing is happening with the genocide in Palestine. As with everything else, I've left a bunch of resources on this issue in the description. Well, that was grim. It's always hard making these videos because there's so much to say, and I have statistics on how long the average viewer sticks around. I didn't even mention the CIA's domestic operations or Operation Paperclip.
I'm confused why we say this started only 75 years ago. It's well over 100. Because the Nakba was in 1948. But you're right that like the Nakba was not the first instance of Palestinians being cleansed, of there being settler violence. It's just that in 1948, it was when Israel officially declared themselves, "What's up? We're here. We're founded." when they cleansed 750,000 Palestinians and fought with the neighboring Arab states, and then went, "What's up? We're here. We're here. We're not queer, and this is ours. We have 78% of Palestine." Every time we watch these vids together, I'm grateful to be reminded people are just as fierce as I am. Hasta la revolucion. Thanks, Caroline in chat. Well, thank you, Arya, for the 20 months. Yeah, it's better to like watch this stuff as a group. You know, it's not fun being furious in private. Like when you're alone and you're just fuming. You're just so mad. Sometimes it's better to have these class experiences, you know, like experiencing this, talking about this stuff with the class. So you have people to be mad with, you have people who make jokes, you know, trying to make you feel a little less depressed. It's so disgusting, like how Indians, we just have to say, "Oh, sorry, it's that way with Hmong people too." Yeah, and I said earlier, we really haven't apologized to Native Americans. There is no standalone resolution that contains an apology to the indigenous populations who we genocided and cleansed. There's only one teeny tiny apology on page 45 of the 2010 defense spending bill that's 67 pages. And within that apology, it states, we're not liable though, because it wasn't really us. Like, this is an apology on behalf of the American people, but the government didn't do anything. So we're not responsible. So we don't have to do reparations. So get fucked. I saw the pictures of the Haditha massacre that were released a few days ago. Nauseating to say the least. Yeah, we covered that. We covered that one. It's horrifying. You know, even when you've seen so many horrifying things and you know what it is, it's still, because when you are a person of morals, when you have conscience, you know, when you see those things, it still makes you sick. Like, and I think that's a good thing, though. I do think not being desensitized or not being a fucking robot who can't hold any empathy for people who don't look like you or who live in another country or who, you know, through the media and pop culture have been painted as terrorists and baddies for a very long time. But yes, it does mean that you are still human. And I think that's a good thing. When you feel upset about things, it's a reminder that you still have your humanity, and that is good. And you should always hold on to that, because there seem to be a lot of people who are just craven, evil pieces of shit. The Haditha massacre guy works for Microsoft now, so that's cool. That's awesome. Love that. Yeah, none of those Marines went to jail. So they're just living their lives. They're murderers. They're mass murderers. The legacy of colonialism is still alive and well in the U.S. The epidemic of missing and murdered indigenous women is a result of the genocide and settler colonialism. Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. Colonialism, it remains strong when you are a country that was founded on that you know your existence requires continued colonizing, and we see that in all, you know, in various ways, you know. We see that through the incarceration of predominantly black and brown people in this country. Who's the YouTuber who made this video? So this is Second Thought. He's great. What's his name again? It sounds like Jonathan? No, JT. Yeah. JT is his. JT Chapman. First name, second, last name, Thought. But he's super great. He does a lot of really good intro to socialist theory and beliefs and just socialism in general. He covers a lot of stuff like this. I think he, in the way that he speaks and the way that he presents information, I think he is a very effective communicator. And I'm sure people who would otherwise be like, oh, I don't buy into this any of this shit. Oh, you want to critique capitalism? I love capitalism. He can help deprogram them. Yeah. The deprogram pod he does. Oh, I didn't know he had a pod as well with Halim and Yugopnik is fun as well. Oh, all right. Okay, I really have to pee. I've got to pee. you guys talk amongst yourselves briefly. Okay, it's gaming time. It's gaming time. I'm gonna fill up my water, and then it's gaming time. Okay, so if you're piecing out, because you hate me, just know that I'm going to Montana tomorrow, and I won't be back here till Sunday. I'm just joking. You don't hate me. You despise me. You loathe me. I'm going to Montana, and I'll be back Sunday. Sunday, I'm still planning to do hopefully dinner movie, but my flight doesn't get until like, I think I land around 5:30, so I'll be late for sure. I will be late, but I'd still like to do it because then I go to Armenia on Wednesday. I am planning to do a Montana stream. I've talked to Will about it. Am I raw dogging to Montana? Fuck no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm planning on having a nice 2.5 hour flight where I eat snacks and I watch things. And I talked to Will, and he's all about doing a stream or two in Montana as well. So, you know, maybe a little fishing, other Montana things. We'll see. But yes, I will show you the beautiful sights of Montana. Okay, what am I doing? I'm opening up Walking Dead. All right, we're going to try to finish this. I'm going to try to finish season 1. Okay. It's time for trauma. Who's ready for trauma? Here we go. Is everybody emotionally prepared after we have covered pretty heavy news on stream? Who's ready? You're going to have a buffalo wrestling stream in Montana? God damn. I wonder if I could wrestle a buffalo. Okay. How come men are allowed to say that they could fight a bear or other animals, and I can't say that I could wrestle a buffalo? Just for that fact, I'm saying it.
Previously on The Walking Dead.
What if my parents come home and I'm not there? I've got my walkie-talkie in case they try that way.
Oh,
Hey,
God.
there's some batteries in one of those boxes.
Okay.
Here, you can have some too.
Oh.
But we'll be in Savannah, and my parents were in Savannah. They always stay in the same place when they go there.
The Marsh House?
Yes, that's it!
You didn't come into town from the railroad, did you? We gotta go!
Yeah. Why? Clementine? Clementine!
Suboptimal. Thank you for the tier 1. Ah!
Clementine's gone. Wherever she is, I have to find her.
Ah!
This is something I have to do alone.
Why did I decide to do that?
Good luck, Lee. I mean that.
Punkville, thank you for the 5 months.
Clementine.
Hello, Lee.
'Cause I can't do it alone. We go. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Then I go. Oh, shit, you guys. Here we go.
Vernon, get out here! There doesn't have to be any trouble here. All I want is the girl. Give her back and nobody needs to get hurt.
Oh, thank you for the raid.
Clementine, are you all right? Where are you? Vernon, you son of a bitch.
Hello, Lee.
Who is this?
It's not Vernon if that's what you're thinking. And you should really watch your tone. Clementine's fine. But if I were you, I'd choose my next words very carefully.
What do you want from me? Whatever it is, I'll do it. You can let her go.
Who is this?
I want you to never hurt anybody again. This isn't a kidnapping, Lee.
Then, does this have to do with the guy that I killed?
A rescue.
What?
Just hold on, Clementine. I'm coming for you.
Is this because I was on my way to prison?
Can't those things let up for a fucking minute?
God damn it. Alright, how am I gonna get the fuck out of here?
Nothing through here.
Shit. Do I even have a gun?
This isn't gonna help. Just some surgical supplies.
It's because I didn't high-five that fucking kid. I know. All of this is because of that.
Looks like a car jack.
Okay, take it.
I don't want to imagine this being used on a body. Looks like Vernon and his people cleared their shit out of here in a hurry.
Dude, it's not Vernon. Oh, wait. You know it's not Vernon. Okay. I was like, am I still on this Vernon theory? Let's get the hell out of here. Come on, dude.
Through here seems like the only way out. I'm fucking out of here.
Just shoot the elevator doors. Oh no! Oh no! I'm already. Oh shit! Oh no, the zombie juice. Oh no. I don't have time for this. Come on, Lee. Get up. Get up. Can I speak zombie now?
It's getting worse.
I gotta get some ice cream, Jack. Okay. Come on, dude. Cut it out.
Maybe it's not too late. I need to get out of here.
Oh my
Fast.
God. Wait. What? Oh! Ah! Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Oh God.
Okay, you can do this. You can do this. Here we go.
Oh my God.
2.
Oh my God, I cannot look.
3. I'll just take my time.
Come on, dude. Oh, I have to do it. Okay. Oh God, come on, dude. Oh my God. I feel sick. Oh God. Did I do it though? Am I saved? Am I not a zombie anymore? Shit. That was fucking intense. That was so intense.
Holy shit.
Holy shit. I'm crazy.
Man.
What if I did the wrong arm?
Fuck.
I
hope this helped.
I feel like it didn't help though.
Now. Okay. Gotta get out of here.
Oh my God, that was so intense. Common hospital mistake, cut off the wrong limb. I feel like I did all that and I'm still gonna be a zombie.
Here we go.
Oh my God. Bro, this is terrible.
Jeez. Well, here we go.
Use the W key to climb. Dude, a fucking ladder? God hates Lee, indeed. I don't know. Yo, why am I by myself? I chose this. I know I did. That's a zombie. Oh my god.
What the? Man. I keep my eyes open.
Oh my god, I'm in such bad shape. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. I know that shit has gotta hurt so much, like them bones are splintered and shit. How am I still standing? Luckily, this elevator shaft is only 9,000 feet.
Thousands of them. I need to figure out a way to get down it somehow across town.
Oh, God, and I only have one arm.
Go after her from there.
One arm.
Not going back in there.
Shit. Sounds like Lee needs a hand.
Some poor bastard took a spill. It's an extension ladder.
Okay. That could work? How am I gonna do this?
That looks like Crawford Square over there.
I forgot what was. Okay.
Here's a way down.
Oh. Shit.
Damn. That looks like Crawford Square over there.
This is all Ben's fault. Let's be real. Why can't I go down? Why can't I go down the fire escape? Because the zombies? What if I do this? No, that doesn't work. Okay, shit.
He or she walked away from whatever accident happened. Well, that doesn't really mean much.
No hell?
Hospital must have run out of doctors.
You should probably get armed for this. God damn it. Here come all the arm jokes.
That's the church across the street from the mansion. River Street should be just beyond that. Just need to figure out a way to get there.
Dead. Dead. Maybe this way? What about the bell tower? Is that where Ben died? Gotta hand it to you for getting this far. Thanks.
With the bell tower on this side of the hospital and the mansion over there, that might be our way off this rooftop.
Okay, but how?
I can make it to that bell tower. I can draw the walkers down to that side of the hospital. There'll be thousands of them. That'll thin out the streets between here, the mansion, and River Street. Even if it's just for a few minutes.
Okay. It's his left arm. He'll be all right.
No way I'm jumping that.
Oh, how about the ladder? Should I try? Okay. No jumpy. No jumpy, I guess. But I bet I can get the ladder. I bet that's the key here. Grab the ladder. Scale across. Yep. Oh my god, this is gonna be tough, you guys. Okay, come. Wait, what? Why are you putting it down? No, take the ladder. Take it. Take it. Okay, move. Come on. Come on. Yes, use the ladder.
Damn it.
God.
Oh, shit.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, Lee.
Okay.
Now is not the time to fall on your fucking face again.
Okay. This is good. This is stable. Oh my god. I can't believe I'm by myself and I have one arm.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Ah, fuck.
I think that was Zombie Ben, so honestly, deserved. Okay, good job.
It's locked. Shit.
Shit. How do I unlock it, dude? Aaron Con Leche, thank you for the prime.
Walkers are all headed this way. Gotta get out of this tower.
How do I get out of here? How do I open this hatch? I guess we die on this bell tower. True.
I think you have to jump. God damn.
Oh my god.
I'm so fucked.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Oh my god. Ah! Oh, shoot! Yo, that was
Time to go.
crazy. I'm actually really good with one arm. I'm actually really, really good. All right, it's time to go kick some ass.
You motherfuckers! Fuck! Damn!
Open, damn it!
What?
Hello? Who the fuck is in there?
Get this fucking thing open! Fuckers!
What?
Leave!
Okay, well now they're gonna know I got bitten because I have no arm. Is that Kenny? What the hell happened?
What the fuck?
They fucked us!
What? Who?
It was Vernon. They were waiting for us and jumped us. They were armed and just...
Fuck!
That's
Did they have Clementine?
No, definitely not. She's not with you?
She's with someone else.
Is no one
Her
gonna ask
parents
about
were
my
in
arm?
Savannah, and I think someone used that against her.
Vernon, you son of a
Well,
bitch!
we're going after
Is
her,
anyone
right?
knows I'm not
Yeah, of
armed?
course.
I'm missing one arm?
Wait, what the hell happened to you?
Cut it off.
Seriously?
I was bitten.
What?
It was an accident. A small, stupid thing. But yeah.
Oh my god.
Before we split up?
Yes.
Wait, what is
Fucker!
this?
God, we would have gone with you!
I lived through it, which is a start. And well, I thought it might buy me some time. You know, get that bite off my body. Hopefully whatever's gonna happen takes longer.
Oh god.
Shit.
Everything just...
Wait, why did Vernon double cross? Yeah, they would have come with me. I know.
Omid, can you go over the fence and let us into the backyard? We shouldn't be out in the open.
Dude, what the hell, Vernon?
This is not happening. Everything is so fucked.
Clementine is still out there.
So we get Clementine, and then what?
We get
my
the
God, I got my
fuck out of
homies back.
cities. I'm done with cities. We go into the countryside and make a go of it.
I don't want to go back out there again.
Then don't. Go your own way.
You're every man for himself until you and your boyfriend actually need something.
You wouldn't have had a boat to lose without us. So shove it, okay?
Everyone keep it together. Nothing has changed,
I'm the one
has
who's
it?
missing an
Nothing has
arm here.
changed.
I mean, immediately. We stay the course. Don't turn on each other.
I'm the one who doesn't have an arm. Can we talk about me?
We can do this in the yard. What do you think, Lee? What do we do now without a boat?
Well, I know you two are just gonna look out for number one. And number two. You know, yourselves.
It's not like that, man.
Get to the countryside. We dicked around with cities and coastlines and boats too
I
long.
can't believe Vernon, that
Take her out
double-crossing son of a
Live
bitch.
as safe as you can, okay?
Yeah. We gotta get out into some open spaces.
You know that's what I'm for.
This is bullshit. You might not even be around, so... With all due respect, Lee, his opinion doesn't carry a lot of weight.
Hey, it's still his little girl out there. She's number one. That's the end of that, okay?
Yeah.
What about...
Kenny, why did
Oh,
they all
shit!
look like they
Here
were
they
doing
come.
Thriller
In the
for
house.
a second? You know what?
They shouldn't be able to get into the backyard, right?
Vernon should have murdered them.
We can secure
if he
this
knew
place.
it was good for him. Because we're all coming back.
I'm checking the living room.
Oh shit!
Everyone
I didn't
else
say
look
anything.
for weapons.
Damn it!
What is it? Front doors!
Oh God! Oh shit! You guys, I only have one arm. Can somebody help me?
Lee, help!
Cut their fucking arms off!
There's gotta be a knife or something in there.
Hurry!
Cut their arms off? That's too soon. Excuse me.
Take their goddamn arms off!
Okay, some of us are missing arms.
Now what?
Get ready to fight.
I don't know,
This
man.
place seems sturdy to me. I think we're fine.
Oh shit! Oh my God!
Sturdy my ass!
Is
Get
that
upstairs!
Bree?
Go!
Oh my God! It's Bree. Oh no! Sorry, Miss Cheese. Sorry.
Guys, help me with this!
Come on.
Everyone get to the end of the hallway.
This'll slow him down. We get to the end of the hallway and take a fucking stand.
General Custer's last stand.
Let ourselves get trapped.
Let's get as many as we can. When we see an opening, we go for it. How many bullets y'all have?
3.
5. 4. You all know where to aim.
Get ready.
Don't worry, I have unlimited bullets. Don't worry, I got this one. Don't worry, everyone. Don't even worry about it. I'll do it. I have unlimited bullets. Shit, I think I'm out of bullets.
I'm out!
Me too!
Fuck! Where do we go?
No goddamn opening!
Up!
Damn it!
Go!
Okay, I ran out of my unlimited bullets. Damn it, Lee!
That could have gone better.
Everyone okay?
Oh my God,
Lee's
no,
still
I'm not
bitten.
okay.
Shut up.
What was
Okay.
that red
Let's
mist?
get out of here and keep moving.
Kid's right. We gotta keep moving. Think there's any chance we get Clem and catch up to those goddamn thieves?
I don't know. Maybe.
Where we're not going out through this window. No latches, no roof access, and 30 feet straight down.
Anyone have any ideas?
I bet this guy would. He's got a resourceful air about him.
Knock it off.
Dixon Kent III. Industrial...
Mead?
Krista. Just trying to lighten the fucking tone.
Oh, mean it's not the
We
time.
need solutions, not stupid jokes. I'm sorry.
It's asbestos. We're all dead.
So, no ideas then.
There's gotta be another way.
Check the floor for any other access.
I'm just
A
gonna
vent,
give non-answers.
anything.
Or we wait for the house to clear out and stick to the high
There's
ground.
gotta be another option.
Hey, you're not looking great. And you're warm.
Oh my god, I'm still a zombie.
I'm okay. Don't...
I'm okay. I'm where my parents. No.
What did that mean?
She's at the hotel, where her parents were staying. He hasn't moved her.
Clem,
Yet.
please. Please.
We need to start thinking about more than just Clementine when it comes to our urgency.
What do you mean?
How do we get out of here?
That's the whole point. We don't know.
Okay, now your life depends on it. How do you get out of here?
I don't know. I don't get it.
I do.
Like I said, everyone needs to keep looking for a way out,
We
damn it.
just have to
We're
find
trapped
a
in here.
way.
Do you think that worked?
I don't know. I hope so.
We've
I
just
think
got
we
to
need
find
to have
another
an
option.
adult conversation about what happens if Lee takes another spill.
Hey, look.
We could
Bro,
be looking at a Larry situation
What the
here.
fuck?
Who's Larry?
It don't matter.
He looks fine to me.
I think it'd be best if we just worried about getting to Clem right now.
We're not gonna do her any good if you've attacked us.
That isn't gonna happen.
Oh my god,
How do you
Kenny.
know that?
Guys,
Don't
I don't
you
know what happened
fucking
before Reed
dare.
and I showed up, but we can cross this bridge when we get to it.
Kenny
Lee,
is
I'm not
so ready to
advocating
kill
anything
me.
here, but how is this not a thing? We're all so worked up about Clementine that we're forgetting what the fuck happened to you.
I'm gonna
What
hit
if
him
it
with
was
this
you,
one.
and it was Duck out there?
Whoa there, friend.
Yeah, I
bet
said
you'd
it.
rather stay focused on the problem, not have people turn on you.
I said it.
This is getting out of hand.
You're gonna listen to me.
No, I'm
we will
not.
get Clementine back, with or without you, because I haven't given up everything to die because we were stupid.
Then kill me, you son of a bitch, okay? Don't even fucking hesitate!
I will.
Ah!
You ruined that dude's face.
Shut up, sweetie. Look.
Oh my god, I thought I was about to kill Kenny.
It's corroded to hell.
What's on the other side of this wall? A 30-foot drop?
No.
Once
this mansion
again-
butts up against the one next door.
Me figuring out.
be
Look at me.
damned.
I'm out here. Solutions. One
This
arm
wall
and
ain't
I'm
shit.
coming up with the
Is this really
solutions.
possible?
Yeah, we can do this.
Okay.
We'll work in shifts. Omid, Krista, and I. Lee, you rest. We have to work fast.
I wasn't gonna hurt you.
Sure, pal.
Or was
know.
I?
Can't believe you didn't tell us you were bitten.
I'm sorry.
You couldn't do anything anyway.
No,
Please don't be
except make
mad.
sure Clementine had someone coming for her that wasn't liable to die on the way there.
I wasn't gonna let that happen.
I'm sure that's what that Larry guy or whoever said.
He wasn't bitten. It was different.
You were scared. I don't blame you.
I would be scared shitless.
It's so weird. I keep doing a double take on your arm, expecting it to be there.
Yeah, me
I'm
too.
hoping whatever's in their bite is gone too.
What do you think the odds are of that?
I don't know. I know everyone's wondering. Even if it just slows down the process, I'd be happy.
I just want to see.
You don't
Clem.
mean that.
So when we get this guy, what do you think?
We make sure he never takes anybody from anyone again.
That's right.
World's got enough evil in it.
And, you know, whatever happens to you,
Seriously, can we not talk like that?
I was bitten, Krista.
You cut it off.
What good is it to plan around that working?
What good is it for you to give up?
I haven't given up.
Okay, Krista suddenly likes me?
I want you guys to take her.
Stop it.
I do.
I'm serious. She'd be safe and relatively happy with you two.
We're not doing this right now.
Krista, listen to him.
It's what I want, okay?
All right.
You could
I'm
stab
outta gas.
people with your arm bone fragments?
You look good and rested.
Sure.
That's
you don't count
true.
an infected leg.
You want me to do it?
Nah, and you can hop in after me.
Kenny just going crazy
Shouldn't
with that
be long
thing.
now. It's good we're forced to take a breath. That feeling any better?
Dude.
Still feels pretty recently chopped. So no, Kenny, it
I
feels
chopped
about
off
as
my
good
fucking
as you'd
arm.
expect.
I mean, do you think it worked? Did it help at all?
I feel like a man who got bitten. So take that for what it's worth.
Heard you guys giving Lee some hell about hiding his bite.
Yeah, of course.
I'd have done the same thing.
See? Oh.
How are you?
I don't know how to answer that.
I'm sorry. You've lost more than anyone.
It'll be all right, Ken.
Why are you acting like what's happened ain't happened? Anyway, I appreciate it from both of you. A lot of us have lost families.
Okay, those zombies are going crazy.
This guy tell you much about what we've been through?
Bits and pieces.
Before y'all, we had this woman, Lily, with us. Lord knows where she is now.
Oh shit,
Anyway,
I forgot about
we
Lily.
had to make some tough calls with
Oh
her
my
dad.
god.
She came between Lee and I pretty good. And I spent a lot of nights hating this guy's guts.
What?
After everything, you still a bastard, you know, Ken?
Been hearing that my whole life, Doc. Well, cheers.
Wait, was that supposed to be like a cute moment? Why did you say woman like that? Very sus. What is happening?
I'm through!
It was nice that you called him a bastard. I thought I was going to say it like, you're still a
looking up.
bastard. I thought I was going to say it like jokingly. You know? Be like, ugh, Kenny, you
Everyone
bastard.
keep a goddamn eye out.
You son of a bitch. Oh, she's pregnant.
This place seems pretty sealed off.
She's drinking
Well.
while pregnant? Oh, and Kenny knows she's pregnant. Oh, sad. At least we got a gun.
Smart. Think of all the people we've seen go. They got to do it their own way. Together.
Don't you say that. You stick it out as long as you can. You do whatever you have to. I could have done more.
There's no use dwelling on it. You know that.
No, Lee. I could have been a better husband, better father,
True.
could have been a better friend.
Yes, definitely.
So let's figure out a way out of here. Get that little girl.
Oh, friends.
We should move.
Yeah.
Got at least one shot left.
Let's clear the room before we move on. Lee, figure out where we're headed.
Okay, you know what? Friendship with Kenny, back on.
Lee.
We're so back.
You okay?
Yeah.
Let's keep at it. I guess Crawford would have gotten them anyway.
Wait, is he gonna be pissed that I told Omid and Krista I want them to have Clem? Oh no, because my friendship with Kenny was not back on.
Hard to believe the world once felt this peaceful.
It's sick, but think of all the pain they avoided.
That's what I'm saying.
What do you call this thing?
Art?
Be a monster if I had to go through what Kenny went through. True. I know, but he hurt me. But friendship is back on.
Don't ask me how I'm doing. Let's just keep going.
Oh, I was gonna tell you how I'm doing.
The streets are full. Hundreds of them.
Why don't you ask me how I am?
We're not going out this window. House is full, too. Stay quiet.
Shit.
Judging by the decor of this room, I guess they were PBS watchers.
Hey, my parents' house looked a lot like this. And they watch kung fu movies. Just saying.
PBS watchers.
Might be the way
That
out.
was a pretty funny joke, Omid.
Nothing other than personal items in here.
Looks like we can stay off the streets all the way to River Street if we're careful.
Let's go.
Nice. Yeah, sure. Let the one-armed man go first. Oh my god. Oh, I just look so sad with that one arm. If it was an apocalypse, you ran out of food, would you eat people? Yeah.
Let's keep going. Be careful up here.
Especially if they were like
yet, right?
Ben. Even if we didn't run out of food, I think I'd eat people.
It's good to be moving.
I'd eat people for running out. Yes, exactly. Same thought.
You're doing good.
Same thought.
I'm not, but I'm trying, man.
What happened?
Honestly, you know how many nights Kat and I laid in that broke-down RV? And she'd give me hell for not thinking enough about the rest of you.
I thought he was
All
gonna
of
say
them.
she'd give me head.
Every damn night. You got that walkie-talkie?
Yeah, of course I do.
What is
Might want
wrong
to give
with
him
me?
a call and tell him we're coming for him.
Yeah, right.
Careful cross here.
Will would have to be the one to prepare the meat. I don't even like touching chicken. Damn, this is perilous. Sans Walking Dead stream taught me it's a dubious parental
River Street's
figure.
just up ahead.
I've taught you to avoid me in catastrophic. What?
Nope.
No.
Maw of darkness full of walkers? Fuck that shit.
No.
This roof could give way.
Don't gotta tell me twice.
Let's keep going, you bunch of lollygaggers.
God damn it!
Oh, fuck.
Well,
I'm so sorry.
We have to get it back.
We have to get it back. That's our lifeline to her.
But we can find this guy without it.
And what if we don't? We need every clue that comes out of it.
Lee's right.
I am so fucking sorry.
Yeah, Kenny.
It's fine. We just need to figure out who's going down there.
Dumbass.
No, we don't.
What?
Krista!
Krista!
Jesus fucking Christ!
I got it. Get me up.
Shit, Krista.
Fuck. We can't reach. Find something. Fast.
Oh my god.
Fast would be good.
What a giga woman. She's fucking leapt down there. God damn. See, that's why, you know what? That's why Clem is gonna be with Krista.
Grab onto this. We'll pull you up.
Good. Thanks.
Jenny, thank you for the 16 months. Lush Puppies, thank you for the 12 months. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. Oh shit. What's happening? Wait. Wait, what's... Oh god.
Shit, they're in there!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah!
Fuck! Jump up here, baby!
Let's go! Jump!
Oh god!
Me and my fucking mouth.
Wait, what?
Ken, what are you doing?
Get her, Ken!
Okay, to settle that shit and not do something now. Come on, reach.
What's happening?
Got you, hun.
What's
Save her!
Go, go,
Do you
go!
fucking hear me?
Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god.
Get Kenny!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You gotta run, man! Go! We'll find a way to get you!
Oh shit.
Get the fuck off me!
We're going in after him!
Oh my god.
Can't!
We have to go get Kenny.
Lee!
Go! I'll be... Oh!
Where'd he go?
He's dead.
Maybe he's not.
He went down there for you.
I know he did. He...
Okay, wait, why am I mad though? Wait, there's so much I can't process. Wait, why are we mad at Krista?
Marshall's Hotel is around the corner of the block.
Are you okay? Do you want to talk?
Fuck who took Clem. It's Kenny to answer for, too.
Keep a clear head, Lee.
We wouldn't be out here. We'd all been together to defend against Vernon. And we'd be out on the water. Everyone would be alive.
This is a shitty time, but I want to make sure we're clear before we go forward.
Lee, don't be mad. Don't be mad.
Now with Kenny gone, means Omid and I have to stay safe. For her.
Okay,
You guys would be great for her.
we're gonna work on this.
We do our best. You know that.
Are you okay?
I should be asking you that.
You know what I'm talking about.
It's nothing.
Kenny didn't die for her. It's nothing.
Let's just keep moving.
We have to cross here.
Oh my god, this
Well,
game moves so
at
fast you
least it
can't
doesn't
even
look like a death trap.
process. I can't even fucking process.
Who's going first?
You're the lightest.
He's got a busted leg and you're walking for 2. I'm obviously not doing so hot.
Oh my god.
Decision doesn't make itself.
I'll go first.
I'll go first.
Belly button, thank
In
you
case
for the
anything
11
happens
months.
out there.
You sure?
Yeah.
Wait, did Omid not catch on to the fact that I literally said she's walking for 2? Wait, what if it turns out we don't even need the walkie-talkie?
Just go nice and slow.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Maybe Kenny just wanted... He wanted to be with his family. Omid is so dumb, he thought the 2 meant Krista and him. Maybe. Yeah, I don't think Omid is...
Almost there. It's an easy crossing.
Good.
I don't think Omid is the brightest.
Shit!
Oh, fuck!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is everything always breaking?
Are you okay?
Fine. I'm kind of fucked here.
What are you gonna do?
Fuck it.
Fuck it. I'm going for it.
Going for it? What does that mean?
I don't know.
It means I'm already bitten. I just have to push my way through.
What the fuck? But maybe you got to it fast enough. Maybe you'll be fine.
I don't know.
I can't risk losing more time on a long shot. Find a boat. We'll meet north of town.
A boat?
Yeah.
We still have to get out of the city.
Shit!
I'll get Clementine and meet you.
What if...
Don't what if. I'll meet you.
What is happening? We're back on the boat in Kenny's honor. I'm boat pilled, you guys. I'm so boat pilled. I'm so boat pilled. That thing would have fallen if you hadn't cut the dead weight off your arm. I know. It's what Kenny would have wanted. It's true. Oh my god. Yo, I'm about to go ham. Yo! Okay. Oh shit! 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 Oh my god! I'm going ham! I'm going ham! My god, I'm killing so many zombies! Shit! I am him! I am him! Dude, I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Call me Butcher. Yeah, I'm a one-armed killing machine. Now, I'm gonna go find this mofo who took Clem. And I'm gonna one-armed kill this bitch. That looks like a trap. That's some Home Alone shit. Who's that?
I got us adjoining rooms.
Hello.
Okay. This is civil. You look horrible. And you're missing an arm.
Wow. Thanks, Buster,
Go
for that
over there.
info. Who the fuck is this?
Put your things down.
Let me out! Who's out there?
Clem! Oh, I'm gonna kill this guy.
Quiet, please, sweetie. Your things. There.
So observant, this man.
This is all I've got, okay?
You travel light. I don't believe you.
Well, mofo?
That's everything. Go ahead and search me.
No, I'm not touching you. Just sit down.
I got away with it. I can lie still.
Do you know who I am?
Okay. No.
No. I don't know anything about you.
Fuck is this guy?
You wouldn't. People like you don't.
Huh?
Now you're thinking, who would have it out for me, huh? A few weeks back, there might have been a station wagon in the forest, full of all sorts of food,
Okay.
water, things you
Wait.
need.
Wait
to
a second.
Yeah. I'm not some cannibal, Lee. Some killer out in the woods. Some
This is the
villain.
station wagon guy?
I'm just a dad.
Bro,
I coach Little League.
literally everyone who took your shit is gone.
I didn't take from you.
We didn't take.
Your people didn't?
I didn't agree with it.
That's
Okay.
what Clementine said. Why didn't you?
Because
It wasn't right.
I was morally wrong.
It wasn't our stuff.
That's real good of you.
Look,
Dude,
what do you want me to
this
say?
guy is the station wagon guy?
I don't want you to say anything. I want you to know what happened.
Oh, God.
Have you ever hurt somebody you care about?
Not on purpose.
If it were on purpose, you'd be a sociopath.
Why does this
I
feel like
hurt
trick
her.
question?
So bad.
What the fuck?
My son Adam went missing. I took him out hunting even though my wife said he was too young. I figured he had to learn. I came back without him and the look on her face said, "You are a monster."
Wait, what? Did he kill his son?
We all went out looking for him. We never found him. I hurt her so bad. And then we came back, and all our stuff was gone. Your people, Lee. That asshole in the ball cap. His stupid fucking wife. I could have earned her trust back if they hadn't made our situation so desperate.
That's a you problem, dude.
It's not my fault.
The hungrier we got, the more she blamed me.
Yeah, well, you're
Until
kind
she
of the
finally
worst.
took our daughter Elizabeth and left. They didn't get far. I found them a day later.
What does it have to do
in
with
the
me?
road. Do I look like a monster to you?
Yes. But I'm just gonna say this instead.
We all do.
Some more than others. I'm not like you. You killed a man with a pitchfork right in front of a little girl.
Bro, this guy is actually...
I did what I had to.
He's the worst.
You abandoned a defenseless, grieving woman.
You weren't there, bitch, and you
How many
lost your
times
son.
did she almost die with you?
What the fuck?
That's not the whole story.
The whole story?
Okay, and you killed your son. And you're such a bitch. We took your station wagon.
All this.
What the hell?
You're a monster. You're a murderer and a thief. And I'm gonna hurt you so bad.
What is this guy's problem? I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Just give me Clementine
I'm gonna
back.
kill this man.
I'd rather kill her myself.
What?
Because that's what will happen if she goes with you. After I found Clementine on my radio, I wasn't even mad at you. I was coming for the others. For revenge. But the more I heard about the things you did and the danger she was in, our plan changed. Lee, listen to me. I need you to hear this before what happens next. I can take care of her. We can have a family.
No, you're sick fuck.
I bet you don't even know how old she is.
She's 8.
Wrong. She's 9.
But
her birthday was 6 days ago. I know how to be a dad, you know. She wouldn't be exposed to what she has
Bro,
been.
your son is gone because of you.
that's not happening. You're crazy.
Keeping her with you is crazy.
This guy's psycho. This guy's crazy.
I'm bitten.
What?
Yeah.
I got bit, and I'm gonna make sure you end up the same way as me.
Yeah.
Make sure you shoot me in the head.
No. I'll be with her and you'll be rotting in the streets. Hey, honey. I think this is all gonna work out.
What the fuck?
What are you?
What the fuck?
I'm glad too.
What is he talking to?
I wish it wouldn't have had to get this bad, but...
What is he talking
it's all
about?
over, hon. Isn't it?
Just about.
What's in the bag?
Like this.
What's in the
I
bag?
just miss your smile, honey.
What's in the bag?
I miss you so much, Tess. You're gonna like Clementine a lot, though. She's not Lizzie, but she's sweet. She wouldn't hurt a fly.
Nice, Clementine! Nice!
Oh!
Yeah! I'll kill you! I'll kill you, motherfucker! I'll kill you! Yeah, bitch! I'm gonna stab you with my dead arm! Yeah, I'm gonna take my cut off arm and stab your eyeballs out, you stupid asshole! I can't hit this kill fast enough! I can't hit it fast enough! Oh, die, you weird, pale man! Yeah. Oh my god, I did it! Oh my god! I killed this freak!
He would have come back.
Yes, Clementine, that's right. He would have come back. He would have come back.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Wake Wilder, thank you so much for the raid.
It's okay.
Your arm's gone.
What's up, Raiders?
Why?
Welcome in.
That's so scary.
Yeah, don't worry, Clem.
Had an accident. We'll talk about it somewhere safe.
Don't worry.
You don't smell good.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
I tooted. It's okay.
Did he hurt you?
No. Not really. I'm sorry, Lee.
Clem, it's okay. get you somewhere safe. And then we have to talk, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my sweet
Everything's okay
Clem.
now. We need to figure out how to get out of Savannah as fast as we can.
Can we see what's in the bag? Can we gotta see what's in the bag.
I'm sorry you had to see that.
He was going to kill you.
It's so true.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at the bag. Oh, he's such a freak. That guy was freak. Oh, he's a freak.
Don't look in there.
No, I know.
Oh my god. Oh, that guy was sick, dude. He was sick.
Which way out?
Through there.
So I'm also realizing that I didn't exactly need the radio that Kenny died for. I won't think about that too much. Didn't end up using that radio again, you know. Yeah, we're just gonna breeze. We're gonna breeze past that.
Which way out?
Through there.
We're just gonna pretend that we really needed that radio. Oh no, he smells me that I'm a zombie. Oh no. Oh,
It didn't bite you.
Well.
Yeah. I know it. Must have.
You're covered in all that gross stuff.
Oh?
Had to get through a bunch of them to get here.
Or because I'm
That's how we'll get out of Savannah.
a zombie? Still? Clem is such a smarty. Oh god, this is about to be fucked up.
Oh no.
I love her. I love her so much. Here, Clem, take the intestine. Ugh.
Ooh.
It's okay. It's just some zombie guts.
We'll get you cleaned up as soon as we can.
Not soon enough.
Oh, sweet pea. Oh.
Are you done?
A little more. I want to be sure. There. That should do it.
Just drape this intestine
so.
around you like a scarf.
And you're missing something.
I thought it was gone.
I thought you were gone.
Thank you.
Oh.
Stay right next to me. And walk very slowly. Don't look around. And don't panic.
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep you safe.
Should we at least take the radio that Kenny died for? No, it's fine. It's okay. Clem is so well written. She's amazing. Yeah, I'm not looking too good. I think maybe it's because I got bitten by a zombie and cut my arm off, you know? Okay, we're just gonna move. It's all good. It's okay. Nothing to worry about. Brains. Me want burns. Oh no.
Clem, don't.
Oh, fuck!
Lee, wake up. Please don't be dead. Please, no. Lee.
Oh, I do
I was
not
so
look good.
scared. I thought you left me.
Oh, baby.
I saw my parents.
I know.
Oh, I look horrible.
They didn't get to you, right?
No. We got away. They're dead for sure.
Oh. Oh.
Clementine, we have to get out of here as fast as we can.
We can't.
So bad.
There's thousands of them outside.
We have to. I'll protect you. We'll push
No,
through them.
no, that's crazy. I saved you. We're safe here. I locked us in.
Get that door open.
I can't.
Do it!
It was only a little open when I found it. I closed it to keep us safe.
Oh.
Pull on 3.
I'm
1,
so weak.
2, 3.
Oh, God.
See?
Clementine, honey. My arm is gone because I cut it off.
Why would you do that?
Because I was bitten, Clem.
Please, no. No. That's not true.
Yes, it is. It's gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. We just have to think and work together.
Okay.
Oh.
I think there might be a way out over there.
This is so sad.
Good girl. Let's go. I might be a little slow.
Oh, I hate this.
I'll help you.
God, I hate this. Why is this zombie chilling? He's taking his 15, okay?
I got you. You can lean on me if you have to.
I'm okay.
I thought I was helping by bringing you in here.
You did. You did.
Oh, you did, honey. It's awful out there. Well, they would have chewed me up.
It was hard.
I don't know how you did it.
How did she do it?
Okay?
Keep going. We're almost there.
How did she drag my body in here? Man, I must be skinny after that arm cut.
Get up, Lee. The door is right here.
Oh my God. Oh, come on, Lee. Come on, dude. Come on, you can't stop.
I can't.
Come on,
You
Lee,
have
get
to.
up.
Damn, I can't move.
Get up.
This is it for me here.
Please, please try to get up.
Get up, Lee. Get up. Get up. God.
I can't. You don't have much time. You gotta do something. Fast.
Like what?
Oh my
You need to get out of here as soon as you can.
God.
I can't leave you.
Just work on getting out, okay? figure it all out. Don't worry. We'll get you in there. Don't worry. You're doing good. The way out's through there, Clem.
I
know.
There's a zombie.
Just start by getting that door open.
It's locked.
It's no big deal. It's just a glass window.
Ow!
Not with your hand. There's a chair over there.
Get the chair, Clem.
And don't be scared of the walker. You'll be fine.
Get the chair, Clem. Chair.
There's a baseball bat under the counter, Clem. You can use that. There's a chair over there.
Oh, she's so fucking cute.
Use the bat to shatter that window so you can reach in, okay?
Okay.
Watch out for broken glass.
Good job. Good job, Clem. Good job.
Don't be afraid of him, honey. You're smart. He isn't. You're smarter than all of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Grab the chair, Clem. Use it to reach in to the lock.
You're so smart.
Then, open it.
He's trapped.
This'll be easy then. He's got keys. Probably to that door. And everything you'll need. There's keys. And a gun. You're gonna need both of those.
Okay, Clem.
You're doing really good.
You're doing so good, baby girl.
There are handcuffs on the ground. Get them.
Okay, such a good job. You're so smart.
Killing them's not easy, but you know what to do.
I do.
Put the handcuffs on me. Attach me to this.
What? Why?
No matter what happens, you're safe then.
I don't know.
Just do it, sweetie. Make sure they're tight.
I don't want to do this.
You have to. It'll keep you safe. You only have to deal with him now. He's trapped over there. If you're careful, you can get what you need from him.
The keys, and then the gun.
Yeah, the keys and the gun. Just don't be afraid. If anything gets dangerous, you're faster than he is.
What should I get first?
Get the gun, Clem. Always the gun.
Started in handcuffs and ending in handcuffs. You're right. Oh, shit! Oh, fuck!
Get him!
Oh, my God!
Get him!
Oh,
Get him!
Shit! Oh,
watch out!
Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh!
The bat, Clem! Get the bat!
Come on, you stupid! Come on, Lee! Come on! Come on, Lee! Oh my God! Hit him again, Clem! Good girl, good girl. Yeah, that second arm would have been really helpful. Would have been really nice to have a second arm. Would have been really nice.
I did it. I got him.
You can take care of yourself. See?
No, not all the time.
Yes, you can. You
Don't
can
worry.
do it. Honestly, maybe she is better off without me, because I should have told her to kill that zombie first.
Hey. You're strong, Clem. You can do anything.
But I'm little.
Doesn't mean nothing. You gonna see bad stuff, but it's okay.
My parents. It's so horrible.
I can't imagine, sweet pea.
And now, you? Please. Please don't be one of them. Please don't become a walker.
There's only one thing you can do. You know that.
I don't know if I can.
You have to.
You have to shoot
me.
Lee, no.
It's okay. It's okay. Clem, I was standing over Duck holding that gun. It was so hard. I'm sorry you're in that position now. I'd give anything for you not to be. But you just have to point it at me. Close your eyes and be thankful you never have to see me as one of them. You can do it. I know you can.
Okay, Lee. I can do it. I can.
Find Omid and Krista. They're looking for a boat. Find them. They'll take good care of you. And Clem. Keep that hair short.
I will. I'll cut it myself.
Great. Good. And also...
What is it?
No, don't worry. All right. I'll miss you.
Me too.
Oh no, the ads hit right now. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, the ads are so cold. Mechanbot, thank you for the 6 months. Oh my god, this is so sad. Wait, is that it? Is that the end? What? What? That's the end? Track Kid, thank you for the 10 months. Wait, I thought you guys said it was like 2 hours at least. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. That was 2 hours? Oh my god, you guys. You called him a racist? because he was a fucking racist. Oh my
Atop the
gosh.
crags and cliffs, the air is thin. So we'll find a mountain path on down the hill.
Fuck you, Ben. Honestly, Ben sucks. Okay, Kenny kind of died for nothing. Ben sucks. I'm dead. Clem is alive, though. Using this music for the credits is fucking diabolical. It really is. Okay, thoughts on the story? I mean, it's incredible. You know I love this shit. You guys know I love narrative-driven, really emotionally heavy games. I thought it was incredible. I really did. I thought it was really amazing. And I was stressed making choices. I'm not gonna lie. It was very stressful. But I think the story turned out how it should. I really think it did. I think it was meant to be this way. It's an amazing game, but goddamn. Yeah. I think this is the most emotional I've felt in a game. Clementine, I love you. I know. Is the next season totally different people? What about Clem? What about Clem? It all went downhill when you let Ben die? No, fuck Ben. Okay, no spoilers. No spoilers. Okay. All right. Well, I don't want to start season 2 now. I'll start it when I get back. Since I do have to fly out in the morning and I wouldn't finish the first chapter of season 2, so I just want to start it fresh. There's a post-credit scene. Oh, do I just let this play? Okay, I'll let the credits finish. Oh my gosh. That was so sad. That was so sad. If you high-five Duck, then Lee doesn't get bitten. Dude, I can't believe Carly's... Okay, the worst deaths were Carly, me, obviously. Obviously, it's so sad. Honestly, Kenny dying for nothing it's kind of depressing to think about. Kenny, I have my problems with him. Who's the guy in the beginning who I chose to save Carly and not that guy? Poor guy. Oh. Doug. Yeah, Doug. Oh, it's just baby girl. Is that Omi and Krista? Okay. What the fuck? Okay, that was cinema. That was fucking cinema. I will say. Oh my God, that's what we were left with. Oh. Season 1 of this game could stand alone as one of the best games in storytelling. Dude, I've played not that many games, and I'll already say that. I will say that some of the best storytelling that exists in games. I'm genuinely fucked up. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. My sweet, sweet Clem. She found out her parents died. She found out her parents died and then she had to shoot Lee. That is so fucked up. It just keeps hitting me harder too. I'm fucked up by it. I'm very fucked up. We've been fucked up since 2012. I love Clam. I'll miss you, that line. I know. I know. Oh my God. The longer you stay with it, the harder it does get. I'm getting sadder and sadder. I'm not okay. I really want Will to play this game. I've been telling him that I was playing it. And I was like, you really need to play this game. And now I want to watch him play this. No, he hasn't played it. No. Delete VODs so Will doesn't see the ending. You think Will's watching my VODs? That's very cute. That's a very... Do you think that Will's... It's very precious. It's very precious to think that Will's watching my streams when he's not streaming. Anyway, Will's gonna kill. Will's gonna be obsessed with that boat. Yeah, he's gonna be all about the boat. I'll try to convince him to play it because I really would love for him to play it. I get it now. When you play a game like that and you're like, ooh, now I want to watch other people play this and go through. First of all, go through the pain. Second of all, see what choices they make. You know? Welcome to the club. I promise it's much less bleak. This first season was really, really bleak. Your choices versus Hassan's choices is fascinating. What do you think like the main difference was? Because I do feel like you guys can probably start to predict what choices streamer will make based on the pattern of choices that they're doing. Hassan calling people in chat Ben chatters. He worked more for group cohesion. Wait, but he was also, I feel like he liked Kenny more. I just kept going back and forth with Kenny. Sometimes I loved Kenny and then sometimes Kenny would piss me the fuck off. He took his friends with him to, no, because here's the thing. I didn't want anyone knowing I got bitten and I just didn't want to cause problems. I was like, I'll do this on my own. I'll do this on my own. The ending chapters of yours were kind of wild. A lot of people died. A lot of people died. Hassan was happy. Okay, so it sounds like Hassan was ruthless as well, just in different ways. And a lot more will die. I consistently made Kenny does get so tilted. I felt like it was hard to make decisions that weren't going to tilt Kenny. And in the beginning, I'm like, okay, I'll try to placate Kenny. I'll try to make Kenny happy. But it's impossible. He's always getting pissed off, even when you choose decisions to make him happy. You both get really low percentage choices, like when you help neither of them get on the train. That was an accident. I didn't mean to do that. Kenny, goddamn. Maybe Kenny's not dead, though. We don't know for sure. We don't know for sure if Kenny's dead. Maybe he'll get to his boat, finally. I'd never seen Lee cut his arm off. I didn't know you could just head out on your own and cut it off. Well, you can. You sure can. And yes, this is a Blackhawks. Do you want to know the funny thing about this sweatshirt, you guys? This is my sister's ex-boyfriend's sweatshirt, and I always meant to give it back. And then he was a piece of shit. And they broke up. And I was like, I kind of want to keep this. I yoinked it. And then I didn't feel badly about not returning it because he sucked. So now I have this. Yoink. You know, not to be like feed into the whole girls stealing guys sweatshirts. I would have given this one back. But he deserved for me to steal it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Have you played Wolf Among Us? No, I haven't. I don't think so. Oof, gosh, I feel emotionally... Wow, I might cry some more. I think I'm gonna sit with it more, and I think I'll keep crying. Anyway, all right, you guys. All right. That is it. That is the end. That is the end. And I really hope Clem's out. She's okay. She's gonna be okay. She's gonna be okay. Because she is strong. She is tough. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. And she's gonna keep her hair short. And she's gonna survive. She's gonna survive. I know she is. I know she is. Okay. All right. I'm gonna send you guys to Point Crow. I don't know if I've ever rated Point Crow. That's my buddy. That's my buddy, Point Crow. All right. So I'm flying out to, if it makes you feel better, the voice actor is like 40. Shut the fuck up. Wow, that's amazing. I'm flying out to Montana tomorrow. Probably won't be live tomorrow, but we'll try to stream with Billiam Neff on Friday and do some Montana stuff, some fun Montana stuff. And if my tech explodes or you guys just miss any streams that we do this weekend, I'll be back on Sunday. Tracy Time Art, thank you so much for the tier 1. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Thank you for spending this night with me, and thank you for getting me to play Walking Dead, and thank you for going on this emotional journey. Oh my god. All right. Hasta la vista. I'll see y'all later. Good night. Good night. Good night.